Hi, Stream 166. How are you guys doing today? I'm working on setting up the foundation to a multiplayer game. I have my notes there and a little quick highlight prototype there. Hey there, Nui. So my schedule is a little wacky this week and next week. I'm starting 3 hours late and ending 3 hours late. And back to normal schedule for Monday. And then Tuesday, got an appointment, so I won't be streaming at all. Wednesday normal, and then Thursday, Friday, again, late schedule. So it's really wacky right now. So I'm getting probably a lot of different viewers because of the different time slot. It makes me think maybe I should kind of mix up my schedule a little bit more to get a variety of time slots. Anyway, so I'm working towards getting this list of tasks done before I can put the foundation for a game online. So hopefully it's getting shorter each day. Kind of hard for me to see. This is what it was 2 days ago, and then yesterday, and then today. I think I'm making it shorter, but then I'm adding things into it that either came out of the previous work or I didn't think of. So I hope that doesn't happen too much more. So anyway, the day I'm going to focus on first some of the cleanup from yesterday, and if I can get to it, we're getting into the email blacklist and then emergency controls. So, hey there, Romania. How's it going? I'm doing okay. I'm a little stressed because of the schedule being different, but I'll get through it. All right, so I had written down here, need some feedback to clients if anything in their profile is changed by the admin or a mod. So right now, let's see what the profile has in it. Is not much. Player record, right? So the things that are visible to the player right now are the player's name and email address, and that's pretty much it. And I'm not planning on having the administrators change names or email addresses. So maybe what I'll do is I'll couple this in with showing whether or not the player is masked or not, which is something I do down here. So maybe we should do this first. The idea is that when the player first creates their account or when they change their name, we're going to automatically apply a mask to the player, which basically shows a generic placeholder for their name, and that's just temporarily until a moderator goes in and makes sure that the name is acceptable. So right now the client will always just show whatever name they picked and not show the mask, but I think I put enough code there so the client should know if it's masked or not. Let me check that. I don't think I had any account set up, so we'll have to create a new one. I was playing around yesterday with account deletion. So let's close that. Alright, so we're logged in, and I should be able to look at the Redux state to see what do I have under session and configuration. Okay, here we have profile. Okay, so it's there. There's a masked flag. So using that, we could tell whether or not we should show our own name or not. So, so how do I know how to do this? Maybe in the name check we'll show it there. And maybe it should have it show it prominently in the profile as well. How to show that though? Maybe below the name we'll have some text. Just says, note, your name is currently being masked. Let me do that first. That's in the front end. In the view, right? The profile. There we go. Player name, player email address. So between those two. So right about here, right? let's make something called mask notice, and we'll fill in that variable. How about right here? Mask notice. So it'll be if profile dot is masked, if so, what should I put here? Oh, it's actually old profile. We're not letting the player actually change the mask field. We're gonna put a span, a div. Put a div here. Let's give it a special class so we can pretty it up. So some kind of, guess we'll just make it specific to this mask notice. Profile doesn't have its own CSS though. I guess we'll go ahead and add it. Based off of dialog, call it profile, CSS, and this will be mask notice. I think for now I just want to make the color stand out. And let me pick the same color I use for in the main CSS. Yeah, this one, which is not quite bright red, but a little less bright. What am I doing red? Color. There we go. Okay, and then the same way that dialog imports its CSS will do the same. So that's just import, okay. Profile. Okay. Mask notice. And then note. Your account is currently masked. Let's make this its own line. Which means other players see you as masked name. I need to get the masked name out. Maybe the way I'll do this is instead of there being an is masked here, we'll show username and then masked name. And if it's truthy, that means we'll show that instead of the username. Yeah, let's do that. That means I'll show it here. This is temporary until game moderators have approved your player name for use. All right, that's what we'll say. And then the alternative, if it's not masked, is don't do anything. I guess we'll just put null. Okay, so it's not showing up yet because we're not transmitting the right thing. Is masked. I want to change that variable so that's not what we see in the player console. So it looks like it's in profile. I want to change this, right? Yeah, for fetch profile. So if it's masked, we'll have what did I call it? Masked name. And we'll make it a string, and I want to have it just called player and then a number. So it'll be based off of the test user ID. So actually, let me compute it separately. So we'll compute it up here. Const auto masked name is. I'm going to use my string extensions. I already have it included. I have my own C++ version of sprintf, so I don't have to worry about buffer sizes. So it's just going to be player the number. There we go. All right. I might need that on my clipboard for later. Changes is fine. Okay, yeah. I want to change it here too for change profile sent by an admin. We'll do one thing at a time. Player add announce. That's player added. That's a different one. Okay, where is it actually sent to the user? Is that here? No. One of these. There we go. Player added. Player's message. This is it. No, this is for the admin. Right. Okay, so where do we send the user their own profile? Fetch profile results, right? So let me trace that down. Fetch profile. Here we go. Send player profile. Aha, there it is. So here's where we're going to put mask's name. Actually, we can do that. We can just do that here. And it's going to be player.id. Masked name. Cool. Did I not change the unit test first? Oops. Oh, it's not in player's tests. Where would it be? Profile? Aha. Here we go. Oh, I did change it. Okay, good. Hey there, Fletcher. How's it going? I'm working right now on showing a substitute player name for when a player's name is masked, which is what we do when a player is choosing a name that hasn't been reviewed by a moderator of the game yet. Okay, so let me make sure I didn't break anything. Hello, Hamada. Okay. This is good, then I can restart the server and see it show up. Alright, let's try it. Connecting, there we go. Okay, so that's good and bad. You shouldn't have done that. So, let's see what I did. I screwed up the style somehow. Oh wow, what happened? Where did I not pin the file again? I always do that. Forget to pin the file I was working on, and then I'm already oh no, there it is. There it is. Okay. Mask notice. Oh, because I have it in this keys values thing. Okay, I can't do that then. Let's take that out for a second. Cool. How's the push going? It's slow. I still got a bunch of stuff to do. Yesterday, let's see how many of these things I got. I got this much done yesterday. So I got 4 things done yesterday, and then I ended up adding back 5 more things. To be fair, I think this was in there, but later. Yeah. So it's going kind of slowly. The day before yesterday, I got how much done between that and that. So I had gotten, so I'm getting about 4 things done a day. But then some of these things down the end of the list are more detail than task. So, like game statistics is very many bullets, but they're really a lot of detail. So it should go faster per bullet. Yeah, 4 steps forward, 5 steps back. I guess that's what I should have expected. It's nice to have the whole list in front of me so that I can see the velocity that it's going at. And so it's of course, it's going to be more time than I thought. But we'll get through it. I got to focus on what's important. To me, what's important is not that I get it done quickly, but that I have a stable, familiar, reliable platform on which to then focus game dev and not have to worry so much about the infrastructure. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm going to be taking my time to do that right and not worry so much about, getting it done fast. All right. I kind of do want it to show up not like a table, but like a grid. So it's a 2-column grid. And so the note would, I guess what I want to do is have it span, right? So can I do that with CSS? I think I can. I just need to maybe refresh my memory a little bit. Yeah, so I had been getting stressed about certain things, and then I had to stop and think, what's important to me? Like, for example, I start to get preoccupied and stressed a little bit by follower count. Like after the end of the stream, I'll see how many people are watching. And then Adam said something yesterday that made me reflect. He said that you shouldn't focusing on stuff like follower count. Ultimately, you're putting the focus on something that won't make you happy. And so I thought to myself, what makes me happy? Making progress, even if it's just a small amount of progress, but making progress and then doing things right. And that's what I'm going to focus on, and not superfluous things like artificial deadlines or whether or not people are watching. Let's see. And I enjoy getting sidetracked by questions, so I'm not going to focus on so much about how much time I spent explaining things off to the side or deviating to answer a question. I enjoy doing that, so I'm gonna focus on that because I enjoy it. Although I do get a little, when I get distracted, I have a hard time getting back to what I was doing sometimes. This one though, I know what I'm doing. It's keys values. I need a better way to organize my files here. I need a better, there's so many files, I need a better mechanism to flip back and forth between front end and back end. Keys values. So it's a grid, and odd children are justified on the right. Actually, that's gonna cause an issue if I do span. So maybe I won't mess with this keys values here. I'll put it below is what I'll do. Or above? Maybe above. So we'll put this above here. Okay. That red that might not be the best red for me. Okay, I thought there was a way to see the contrast. Where are those contrast tools again? Did I accidentally change the color? I think I might have. Yeah, okay. I'm not seeing the contrast tools here. Oops. Where did I see that before previously? Was it here? Was it background color? Oh, here it is. So it should show up there. How come I'm not seeing it when I select this text? Not showing it there. Maybe I have to add a background color. Background color. Black. Okay, yeah, there we go. Now I got the contrast. So it is a bad contrast ratio. So let me fix this. I guess I do want oops. I totally picked the wrong thing there. And it's not black, is it? It is 222. So let me fix that. So that tool only comes up for me if I have them in the same place. Looks like. Okay, so I don't want. I actually want a color up here somewhere. Too washed out. I guess I want to change the hue a bit. Yeah. Or no, that's not what I guess red doesn't show up very well, does it? If I wanted to stick with red, I could get within AA standard with that color. But it's really the background it's got to stand out from, right? What if I go yellow? Yellow, it's actually better, right? Then I can pick a super saturated yellow and it's still AAA. I don't want to have too many different colors, though. Actually, I think I'm okay with yellow. Let's do a yellow. Yellow. Did that change it right away for me, or do I need to turn these off? I guess I'll just refresh. I don't actually know how to tell it to go back to the default. Okay. Yeah, this won't tell me the contrast ratio unless I copy the background color, but I think we already know that it should work. How come that's grayed out? Huh, I don't understand that. Why is that sort of dimmed? Oh, is it because that's not, like it's not background color, it's background? Did I just screw up? Did I screw up the CSS for the body? I did, look at that. That's not exactly correct, so that's more correct, right? Maybe that's what was causing this to malfunction. No. This is still dimmed for some reason. Weird, I don't know. Anyway, when I do that, then I can get the contrast ratio to debug. Okay, anyway, we're going to go with yellow. So how does it look? And then, so right now, if I unmask the character, it doesn't remove that unless I refresh. That's what oh, actually it didn't work at all. Why not? Let me fetch. Yeah, so they're not masked. Why is it still showing up as masked? Oh, wait, that's a bug. That's a bug. I know why. I shouldn't say I know why. I think I know why. And that was in how it's reported, right? Here. So I only want to show that if the player is masked. And if it's not, we'll make it empty string. So that means this is conditional. So it's the condition of player is player. What's player here? Well, this is a test I'm doing. Never mind. In the wrong place. Okay, let's not muck with the test. It was here. Yeah, so here, conditional. So player is masked. If so, then it's that. Otherwise, it's empty string. There we go. So what does that mean? I should have another test. Yeah, so let's say match profile, fetch profile when masked, and then fetch profile when not masked. Not masked. So we'll need to unmask the player. That's easiest to do if I do what? After I add the test player, I do players, change profile, test user ID, and then a JSON value, an object actually, that says is masked goes to false. Then the mask name is empty string. Alright. So make sure that works, make sure this works still. Alright. Now restart the server. So not masked. And then mask. So it doesn't refresh automatically. I was going to do that next. Yeah, so this should go away as soon as they're unmasked. I also want to show for reporter the masked names instead of the unmasked names. Let's do this one first. The masked names should show up in ticket reports. So moderation system, I think. Oh, it's one of these. And this is one version of it. Actually, that doesn't test the replacement like this does. I'm looking for a unit test that actually returns a ticket to the player or the admin. Ticket to the returns a ticket to a client. I guess that would be this one actually. Yeah, okay, so there's Alex there. So let me mix it up a little bit and add 2 test users, I guess. Yeah. So we'll have one where the ticket is reported. Right, so add test user 2. And then what we'll do is they start out masked, both of them. So we'll have the same kind of change that I did up here. Here. To turn off the mask for one of the 2 players. So we'll turn it off for Bob, who's always player 2. Bob. And leave it on for Alex, which is player 1. So instead of showing Alex, it should show player 1. And ticket 3, let's include a subject. Or it wasn't subject, right? It was a who. Why am I using hard-coded ones there? I don't know. I really should be using test user ID 1 here. Not 1, but test user ID. Hey there, Meridium. Good evening indeed. So if I added a who to here, and that player is not masked, it should actually show Bob there. So this test will do. This will be fine. So let's go fix that. Where we do this, I want to do it in one place. So let me consolidate here. Let's make a helper function in profile that does this. Declare it around here somewhere, I guess. Oh, I forgot that I did this. Oh, change rate limit, not total tickets open. Got it. Okay, then that's different. All right, anyway. This one is going to return a string. And it's not to get, I was going to say get mask name, but if it's not masked, then get name. How about get name considering mask? And then it'll be the player ID. Actually, well, we already know the player ID. So, wherever that was. Yeah, so I can just cheat and do the whole player record. Okay. I have access to that header, right? No. There we do. He's using it elsewhere anyway. Anyway. Return or generate the name visible for the given player, considering whether or not that player's name is currently being masked. Currently being masked. Another thing I should consider is right now I am always putting the player ID in there, so that kind of reveals an internal database constant. I could do something else, something a little bit more clever where I hash the number or something. That's something to consider. This is the player whose visible name should be generated. The visible name of the given player is returned. All right. Interesting. Control clicking that didn't bring me to the right place. Huh. I had to unselect it and then control click it. Weird. Okay, so I'm just going to right now copy for now this code. Not that code. This code. We might do more here later. There. So we'll just return that for now. And then I'll use that down here. Player. All right. Actually, that's short enough now, so I'm okay doing that. Okay. That being done, I want to do the same thing in tickets. So where was that done again? It was in one specific place. I think it was in the subsystem. Subs. Expand ticket usernames. That's where it was. Right here it was. Right. So right here. So what we can do is we can say return get name. So it's in the profile system. Get name considering mask, and then I need to give it the player. So that is this part of it. There we go. That actually might break a bunch of other unrelated tests because right now players are being created masked. Let me just run all the tests and see what broke. Yep, broke a bunch of stuff. Probably obvious by looking, right? So it's a masked player. Yeah, so, okay, so what if we just right, I had a copy of that same logic here. Right, so let's just do the same kind of a thing here. If, but a little bit more simplistically. Const auto player equals players, this part actually. If player masked is masked, else return the player's name. And then I'll search for where I found that code earlier. This one. So I'll take that out, put it here. And then this is player.id, and then let's make another function. Expand or what if I just make it match what I had in the code that we're testing? Get name considering mask. So it's a get player name considering mask. And then the same thing actually. This stuff. Only that has to be prefixed with realm server, and then we should be good. So then this can just do oh, I didn't get that right, did I? Oops. This should be player name. All right. So return that with that. All right. Try it again. Okay. I know I broke something, I just don't know what. The unit test will help me find out. Let's see, what did I break? It's fighting me on the cursor position. This one. Fetch profile when not masked. Oh, okay. It's not doing the right thing for masked name. So that's not exactly what we want. We want to say Look, let's pull this out again. So, const auto masked name equals player is masked. If so, then get the name considering the mask. Otherwise, just return the empty string. I think that's what I want. Yay. All right. Because in some contexts, we'll always want to apply the mask. I mean, in some contexts, we'll always want a name. In other contexts, we only want the name if it's masked. I have been logged out due to inactivity. Oops. Inactivity timer is pretty long. I mean, pretty short. I know I typed that wrong. Arg. My fingers are like fat or something. Okay, cool. So we're being masked. Unmask. Oh, but while we were masked, okay, I haven't fixed the update thing, but while we were masked, it was showing the mask name. That's fine that it shows that, because that's what will be reviewed. So people who can see the ticket should know that that's the name being reviewed. It's more important to me that that showed up that way. So if I refresh though, yeah, it's now unmasked. Okay, so that's one thing. Let's check that in. So while a player is masked, we show their mask name. Let me fix that. Did I have any other background things in CSS to worry about? I did have one more. Look at that. Oh, that's in the client placeholder. I don't really care about that one. All right. Check this in first. Fix CSS typo. So like background is shorthand for like background color and like two other fields I forget. You just want color, it's background color. All right, so this is all about, actually this much of it is different. Let's check that in separately actually. Player console, show warning, show note if player name masked. Okay, and this one was when a player show masked player names. All right. Okay, now have it auto update whenever a mask is like I hit mask button, and it should update and show that note again. We're going to need to have some kind of feedback to the player when their profile changes, which leads me to want to change how this profile stuff works. So right now, you have to actively ask for your profile, fetch profile, and then it tells you. What if I made it so you just automatically get it when you log in? Actually, that's even more complicated. We'll leave the fetch profile, but what we'll do is when the profile changes, if someone's logged in, they'll just get the profile, one of these profile messages, unprovoked or unrequested. Yeah, let's do that. So that changes one of my unit tests, right? So profile, right? The one where we're changing something in our profile. I mean, something like this, username changed by player would be fine. It didn't have the change profile result I expected to see. Is that a different unit test? Just search for it. Change profile result. Yeah, it's tested in a lot of places. Okay, that's fine. Let's actually just, instead of modifying this test, yeah, let's make a separate one. Yeah, so this will be, it'll be regardless of who requested it, if it changes, we'll get feedback on it. Oh, hey there, Sultanator. Okay. Yeah, you don't, of course you don't need to stay up later than normal just to watch me. Little old me. Yeah, so yeah, I archive all my videos so you won't miss anything. It's just you'll miss the liveness. Yeah, it's just this week and next where the schedule is a little bit different and I'm streaming later. Thanks for visiting and saying hi and all that. I'll give you a hi back. There you go. All right, so I duplicated that test. It's going to be, let's call it turn around, not change profile, but profile change reflected to player. So whenever anyone changes the profile of the player will just be told the profile. Thanks for the follow. Rest in peace. So I'm going to get rid of the new password. I don't care who the server was. We do have to log in as the same user we're going to change. Okay, and then we're going to, instead of doing a message, we'll just construct a change. So let me bookmark that and remove these old bookmarks I had before. And I'm going to look for wherever I did a commands change profile where I actually made one. I must have made one somewhere here. These are all casting existing ones. Maybe I didn't do it. So let's look for just a make shared in general. Like here's one. We'll just pick this one. All right, and then instead of having the player request a change, we'll actually just put one into the log ourselves. So this is oops, too much search replace. Just these ones here. So change profile. Capitalize this one. And what do we need for change profile? Player ID, server ID, client ID from admin. Yeah, let's do from admin true. So none of this actually matters. Change profile, because if it's from an admin, it's just going to be accepted without comment. Let's actually change the mask. So it's changes is masked equals false. So this will publish it all, and before we, in between these two, publishing the commit and publishing the execution, we should actually make the change. So that's players change profile, test user ID, and then a JSON object. Let's see if I can fit it into one line. Where it is masked false. Just barely. Let's not put it on its own line. Oops. Let's keep it readable. Okay, and all this junk, and I don't care about the entry added. What I really care, this is actually the act. That was the act. Starting from here was the act. What I expect is the player to get a message back. Not change profile result, but whatever it is that we do when we do fetch profile, and I forget what that is. Fetch. It's this send player profile. Profile. So it's just profile. Okay. Profile. It's just email, username, mask named. Okay. Just copy that. That's a connection context, not a player record. So let's just fill in what it is. That's test user initial email address, and then this is I don't have a variable for that, but it's Alex. The masked name is null now, and there's no success or failure. That's just what it is. Okay, test is ready. I need to do the same thing for tickets too. So actually, that actually already might be handled. What happens now if I okay, it didn't. So it's masked, but then it didn't update the tickets. So that's, yeah, but that's a different thing, right? Yeah, anyway, let's fix this test. It didn't send a message. Let's make it send a message. So we know that it's changed when we get to profile, on change profile executed, right? So we announce the player change to the administrators. Aha. I think this is what I want to change. Ignore it if no, this is right. Go through all the clients connected to this server. If someone's logged in there and it's not the player that changed, ignore it, which is correct. If there's an error, handle it. If not, actually, this is always going to report a profile result, so this is not quite right. Wait a minute. That's not right, is it? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. It's if an error didn't occur, you go into here, not the else. So, right, so it's only if the client asked for the change, do we send that? But so in addition to that, so we'll have I guess here's the right place, right? Let me think about this. So yeah, this is the thing that should have caused us to see a ticket change. Unless this is broken. It might be. But here's where I should just be able to do a the same thing that so right here, bookmark. I will keep that bookmark. The on fetch the fetch profile check does the send player profile. So that's what we want to call. So send player profile, and it's not WebSocket, it's client first is their WebSocket. Player record is what? Do we not have a copy of it here? We don't have a copy of it, but we can fetch it though. Yeah, so we'll fetch it. Actually, I can just say players get player ID, right? Yeah, let's try that. Cool. All right. Now, this might have broken some other things though. Some other tests that that don't expect that extra message now might have been broken by that. I guess it would be all in profile. Yeah, so I broke some things. But not surprising. Let's see what broke. 5 tests broke. Interesting. This one expects nothing is returned. Change profile success not reflect. Okay, yeah, this is not the correct way to check it. Really what we should loop through all of these and make sure none of them is a change profile result. So for const auto message received in all of the messages received. Expect, well, if message received, what exactly is this message received? The JSON object, right? Okay, so then I can just make it say expect false message received type equals change profile result. That's what it really should be checking for. Okay. So I bet the other tests have a similar sensitivity. So I probably want the same kind of code. So let's go to this one. Whoops. They didn't want to debug it. I just want to look at it. Okay, so this is expecting just that message, and it's probably getting more than one. That's why we're seeing that failure. Yeah, so it's getting the entire profile back. Okay, so to make this less sensitive to this, we will again loop, and then we'll say if it equals, then expect a few things. For the message received. Just trying to make minimal changes to it. And then I also have to make sure that we got at least one of them. So cool. Change profile result received false, and then what we'll do is we'll set it to true here and expect that it became true. Oops. There we go. Good thing for my noise gate. It's only picking up my voice. People who may or may not be talking in the background are not being picked up by the mic, which is good. I have a pretty good noise gate on this mic, so people have to be talking pretty loud to get picked up, unless I'm in the middle talking myself. All right. This is failing because it got an extra message again. Yes. So first a failure, then a success, and then the extra message. So what I can do is I can have the same kind of thing here as I head back here. Only I can have a counter. Hey there, Incognition. Am I the Grand Master of Tests? I don't know. I try my best. Okay, so we're gonna have, let's just have a counter. Change profile results received is 0, and then we'll expect that we get 2. And then when we get C1, we'll increment it. And let's do a switch on it. Pre-incrementing it. Case 1 will expect one kind of message. Break case 2 something else. All right. And you kind of see where this is going, right? The first message is this one. And the second one is this one. And then there should be exactly 2 of them. There's 2 of them. I don't know what movie that's from, but that always comes back to my mind whenever I hear the phrase 2 of something. There's 2 of them. Like some kind of Jean-Claude Van Damme movie, I think it was from. Okay, what did I mess up here? Oh, results. Results. There we go. In your limited worldview? Okay. I can accept that. Let's see if this test passes again. Yeah, I had some test sensitivity. So I'm adding a new message now when your profile changes, and a bunch of tests that did profile changes were too sensitive to it. So they're seeing this extra message and saying, whoa, I didn't expect to see that. It's a test failure. Even though the thing that they're expecting is there, it's just that there's this extra thing that they didn't expect. So it's the same thing. So I can use the same trick, right? Where was it? Change profile result. So this thing. This block instead of this simplistic block down here. In fact, it's exactly that. Right, it's the one after that failed before too, right? Okay, cool. Is it the same thing? Yes. So I can actually copy paste. Copy pasta. Great. Okay, so it's all passing. Let me run all the profile tests, and then we'll try the end-to-end. So this should fix the mask and the, yeah, but not the tickets. So, okay, log in again. Oops. Guess the clipboard didn't work. All right. So right now the problem is that if I unmask, it still says that. So let's see if I fixed it now. So running the newest code. So now when I unmask, hey, look at that. It went away. Mask it again, shows up. And now I need to make sure that I think the next thing is to make sure that the names masked and tickets go away too. Unmask, it didn't. But if I refresh, it will. So that's the next thing, is when we unmask a player, we need to like retransmit all of the player's tickets. So that was in get my tickets, right? Get my tickets. Yeah. So where is that? Moderation, okay. So it's on fetch tickets or something? What is it called? Get my tickets. Okay, it's just called get my tickets. Get my tickets check. Here we go. So I think we just need to copy paste this logic. Actually, instead of copy pasting the logic, let's put that in a reusable place. So let's make that its own method. Let me bookmark this now. And let me clear out the older bookmarks. I don't need them anymore. All right. So some of this logic, so the tickets, really, the generation of the tickets, right? No, let's just do the whole thing. We'll make a method called like send player tickets or something. Yeah, so let's just put it at the top because why not, right? So coordinator moderation send player tickets. It just does that, right? So let's declare that. Near where this is declared. All right. It needs to have a parameter, actually. We need to know which player. So that will be player ID. And I'll want to have a WebSocket too, right? So how is this normally dealt with? this way, right? I can be a little more clever here. I don't really need to share it, so I can make it a WebSocket reference if I wanted. Be a little bit clever. Evil macros. Have you seen my evil macros? They are to generate boilerplate code, so that in one line I can register a new client message, and really that expands to 2 more with a boilerplate added onto it. So all of the things that aren't the macro argument are boilerplate. So it just lets me add message handlers to the server with minimum amount of boilerplate. I haven't done macros for these things, so this is sort of what the client and admin messages used to look like. It was just a lot of repetition, and a lot, you know, this is all repetition, right? So I've reduced it quite a bit here. I just call them evil because macros, if you're not careful, C preprocessor macros can really screw things up. Not just in IntelliSense, but you can have really crazy bugs caused by abuse of the preprocessor. But yeah, doing stuff like gluing together tokens and then having the compiler see the glued together token, it's powerful but dangerous. So need to copy these are the arguments. Send a player announcement or announcements. I'm sending them a group. Okay, that's good. Send a player announcements, an announcement about all of their tickets, moderation tickets. Okay, I don't want to retype this, so I'll just copy paste. Pretty hacky, yeah. Macros are pretty hacky. The idea is kind of like you're working on a machine that has complicated wiring. You get the wiring figured out, then you button it up, and now it's all on the inside and it doesn't show from the outside. This is the unique identifier of the player in the game. All right. So client dot goes away. This becomes the dot. And then I just need to call this from the right place. So that was further below, right? Where I put a bookmark. There we go. So it's just send player tickets, dereference the WebSocket, and then add client.player ID. Cool. And then return false. So I get to do the same trick now from wherever we change the player's name. Or wherever the player's name gets changed. So that happens here. Isn't that the definition of OOP? Could be. Right, so we had change player profile. And I always want to do that. And I only need to send the tickets if their name changes. So that's this one. Right, so hold on. This is actually the code I want, isn't it? Reason name, yeah. I don't need to transmit all their tickets again, do I? I screwed up. I didn't need to do that. Well, I mean, it's okay that I did that. But really the problem isn't that I didn't do it, it's just I'm doing it in the wrong places. So this is only if the username changed, but we also want to change it if the mask changes. So the real fix is if it has a username, if the change set has a username or command changes has is masked. That's the real change. That's the real requirement there. Hey there, JNet. Let's test that theory out. So this test that was failing before should run now. Actually, that's the profile. Where was the tickets one? Moderation? I can't remember where it was. Maybe it was in profile. Just run all the tests and see. Or was it that I didn't have a test for it? That could have been why. I'll have to review the changes I made. Because I don't think I made a test for this. I just went and looked at the code and then I jumped to making the solution. So I should make a... I should include that in the test, right? The unmasking the player. Let me make sure. If I didn't, I'll add that. So it's here. Whichever test, maybe it's at the bottom? No. Wherever we change the mask. Admin can unmask players. Maybe we just include that. Well, no. I don't want to make the two tests too complicated. Let me just look for if isMasked is where that's used in tests. So that's a test. Is_mask indicated in player list? No, it's not none of those. Moderation. Here's where, yeah, here it's close to this one. Okay, where are we? I can't even see where this is. Profile change. Alright, so we're unmasking the player. Okay, maybe I want to include that in this then. What about these other changes? Fetch profile when not masked. Username changed by player. Hold on a second. Sorry, someone yanked the light out of the socket. Hey there, bug found. Someone tripped right over the power cord and pulled the light right out of the socket. All right. Anyway, how are you guys doing? Hey there, Adreev. Okay. I'm just looking to see if there's a test similar to what I want to test now. Not username changed. Cool down and forced. Admin can unmask players is not the right one. Cannot unmask is okay. Okay, yeah, none of them are really what I'm looking for. I think I just want to include it in one of these other tests. I can't find what it... Oh, yeah, this one. Profile change reflected to player. No, let's make a special one. Let's make a special one. We'll call it unmasking player reflects ticket changes to player. All right, so we need to have a test user, and then I want to have a test ticket. Was it ticket note? Not exactly the one I wanted, is it? I can't remember what helper it was that did this. Here it goes. Make ticket. That's what it is. Make ticket reported by player. Again, the confusion is I think I used add in some places and make in other words in other places. Anyway, that test ticket looks like this, which is fine. It's just that okay, I think I know what to do. So we're basically unmasking the player. And then what do we expect to get? I expect to see the ticket retransmitted to us. So we're going, but we'll also get the profile change, which I don't care about. So I'll do the same kind of loop I did for with the ticket message received. Then for const auto message received, and player get text messages received, and then at the end expect true ticket message received. All right. If message received type equals whatever this one was. Make ticket change announcement. This is really what I expect to see. If it's ticket update, then expect equal JSON object this thing. For message received. And then don't forget to check this on. Okay. The ticket ID, is that returned by this thing? Okay, it returns the whole ticket. So let's const auto ticket. I think it's ticket.id. Yeah. And then the Y should be name. And then the yeah. So this will be whatever I call it here. Mod Q? Mod Q. Expand the names to protect the innocent. There we go. Oh, remove this stuff. Okay. Never got a ticket message received. I thought I actually enabled that code, so yeah, let's see what happens when we get there in the debugger. Oh, that's interesting. So what were in the command changes? Didn't have a username or is masked. So why not? Command changes is null. Oops. Why would it be null? It's not null. Interesting. Is it misinterpreting the event type? It's a changed profile. Okay. Hold on. I might be looking at this wrong. Right, I need to look at entry, really. It is a change profile command. But it's got a null changes. Why does it have a null changes? Oh, did I do a move? Did I do something silly? Did I move? I did do that. Okay. That's the problem, I think. Because when we publish it, oh, hold on. No, that should be okay. I don't get a whole lot of margin for my camera. If I want to lean forward, it's kind of hard without revealing the corners of my room. Journal entry. Publish it. Does this not do the right thing? It just pushes it back. Okay, I'm confused. Debug it, please. What is journal entry? Changes. It is null. Oh. Okay, this is all wrong. I can't do that unless changes already is an object. So I need to do this. That's the bug. Does that mean I have that same problem elsewhere? No, that was the only place I did it, right? No, I also did it wrong here. So let's copy and paste that there. Whoops. I need to be more careful when I use the keyboard. Alright, let's try again. Okay, good. Good. Run all the tests, please. Nice. Okay, let's try end to end. Is it copy not... Okay, I guess it has to be highlighted in blue to actually copy to the clipboard. Anyway, so now when I mask the player... Oh, cool. So it did update. And when I unmask, it updates again. Nice. Cool. All right, so we're going to say here. Was it just the tickets I did? I did the profile change as well. Why does the diff look like I added more stuff there? Oh, it's confused, that's why. Because there's some copy paste between those tests. Yeah, all right. So I did two things. So summary is player reflect player profile changes back to the player. If the player, well, send the player a profile message whenever their profile changes. If a profile change involves the The profile change involves the name or mask. Send the player updates for their tickets so that they see the correct masked/unmasked name in the tickets. This is all to avoid having to transmit the player's ID to the player, which will put more work on the player's end. I want the player to be thin, that's why I'm doing all this. You have an object created as a unique pointer with a custom deleter. Want to return it from a function as a shared pointer. Will releasing the shared pointer still call the custom deleter the unique pointer? I don't know if you can return a unique pointer as a shared pointer, because unique pointer isn't shareable. That's one of its properties. I think you'd have to take it out of the unique pointer and then transfer the deleter to the shared pointer. It'd be simpler just... Oh, you can? Okay, it's not something I usually do. If... I would look in the documentation and see if transferring the pointer also transfers the deleter, then you should be fine. Otherwise, you might have to make the shared pointer's deleter call the unique pointer's deleter yourself. I just didn't know you could do that. Where did you find that out? Is that in the manual? So that would be dev docs. What is this? Stop showing it. And then there was a dark mode. Yes. Oh, there we go. Very nice. And then I wanted C++. Right. So within C++, it's a unique pointer, right? Is it in shared pointer that you saw, like a shared pointer constructor? I just didn't know you could do that. Oh, hey, look at that. You can construct a shared pointer from delete a unique pointer, and they use this, it's overload 13. Deleter associated with R is stored for future deletion of the managed object. R manages no object. So yeah, it looks like you don't have to do anything weird. You just need to provide the correct... This has to be the correct type, right? It has to... I guess it's inferred. So whatever deleter it has, it should work. Yeah. So I don't think you need to do anything. I'm going to take it from this that the answer to your question is true, yes. Releasing the shared pointer will call the custom deleter. Hey there, Starless Jupiter. I think it should work, Bugfound. I've just never used constructor 13. I never used that constructor of shared pointer before myself. You're in uncharted territory for me, my friend. How are you doing, Starless Jupiter? Okay. What was next on my list? Because I checked that in, right? And I'm all... The workspace is all clean. Do a small test? Yeah. I'll let Bugfound do that. I'm confident from this documentation that it'll do what we want. Alright, my list. So this we're doing now. Oh, no, I'm not doing this. Preventing players from choosing names that match the player mask pattern. I want to prevent that. So let's do that. This will be a test similar to the band names test. Doing all right. I am sort of taking my time to do it right, getting this foundational work done. And I'm at a rate of 4 bullet points a day. Some of these later bullets, though, are going to be less work per bullet because they're really just enumerating like the things I want to track in statistics. And adding something to track in statistics, I don't think is as much work as one of these big bullet points. Oh, well, Bugfound, what I usually do is like what Romania recommended, is if you're just not possible, just try it out in a sandbox somewhere, a small test, and you'll learn how it works. And the behavior you get Unless the documentation here said something to this extent of it's not documented what happens. I don't. I think if you find that it works the way you would expect, then it should just work everywhere. It's only where like the behavior is not obvious or they say it's undocumented that you have to worry. Well, you would expect that. Okay, this specific thing was taking a unique pointer and constructing a shared pointer out of that. By the names, that sort of common sense tells you you would use this when you want to take something that's being tracked by a unique pointer and upgrade it, so to speak, so that you're now sharing it with other people. And if the unique pointer had a deleter, you would expect that that deleter gets transferred to the shared pointer, so that when the last reference to the shared pointer goes away, it calls the deleter of unique pointer as if it was released finally. Sort of like the shared pointer is a wrapper for the unique pointer. That seems obvious to me. Okay, right. Preventing players from choosing names. Oh, I see. Pool of an object. Yeah, so if you're... oh, wait a minute. Sometimes pools of objects have a mechanism where you know it should be returned to the pool when it's deleted. So that means really you have two levels of deletion. If the outer level of delete means return it to the pool, and then the inner level of delete means the pool is being destroyed, you might get confused about which delete you're calling. Which you really have two deleters, right? One for returning it to the pool, and the other one for destroying it. So you gotta be careful. You might end up wanting to have two levels of indirection. Yeah. Well, as long as the pool manages the memory separately from the unique pointer, you probably are good. So your unique pointer or your deleter for that, if it only returns it to the pool, then I think it's fine. Just make sure when you delete it for good that you don't use the same mechanism. Right. Test for names we're not allowed to use, right? Reject bad usernames. I think what I'm doing is I'm just adding to this list. So let's just add names to this list. So it's like players 7, 72, 74. Let's just have player anything outright rejected. So player awesomeness, awesome sauce is not allowed. So anything that begins with player we'll just ban them. That'll keep it simple. So there we go. I've updated my unit test. Hey there, Cthulhu. How's it going? You have to manually handle the delete. Yeah, that's what I was. That's a more succinct way of saying what I was trying to say. Yeah, Romania, they are moving on as we speak, right? So they've removed this one from C++ 17. So everything you knew about auto pointer, throw it away because we don't use auto pointer anymore. I'm doing okay. I'm getting a little tired though. I don't know why. Probably because it's later in the day and I had just eaten before the stream. That's probably it. If you eat and then you work, you have that slowdown effect where you're digesting your meal. All right, let's run the test. It's gonna fail, right? It's gonna fail for specifically those names. Player 74, player awesome sauce. Okay. So this shouldn't be too bad. I can just search for where admin is in the code. Right here, I have a blacklist, right? And I can just add another level of rejection. So if username substring PLAYER, so that's 6, right? And let's actually be a little bit more conservative, and we'll reject like spelling variations as well. So then I need to stripped lowercase that. Let's actually move this down here then. if stripped lowercase length begins with player, then it's also rejected. There we go. Oh, VS Code. But that doesn't compile the code. The compiler is whatever toolchain you picked, and I'm picking right now Visual Studio Community 2017. So the extensions I use aren't for compiling, they're more for IntelliSense and build system tool integration. So like CMake Tools knows how to find either Clang or Visual Studio Community, and then C++ has the debugging in IntelliSense, so they don't do the compiling directly, but they hook into the tools that do. All right. Run the test. All right. Let me run everything. I'll check that in the meantime. I think that was good. So that bullet point was fast. So don't allow player names beginning with player. So those are reserved for masked players, essentially. Well, yeah, even for me, when I go on the Mac, I use Xcode, but I still use VS Code as a front end to it. It's just when I'm on the Mac and I pick my tool chain, I think it'll say something like Clang from Xcode or something like that. You can install Xcode and just use Clang from it. Sea Lion? That was one of those other alternatives that I think I said looked fine, but there wasn't anything I needed out of it. Right? Yeah, it came up a few times. Try out Sea Lion. Look into Sea Lion, and then I eventually did, didn't I? Definitely looks like a contender for C, C++, but other languages not so much. It's a showstopper for me because I wanted to use Lua and JavaScript, and I want an IDE to support those as well. Tuabud said it has all the plugins IntelliJ has. So yeah, it looked, I think, yeah, I remember it looked fine for C, C++. If that's all you need. Cool. One of those perks for being a student. All right, next thing. Okay, that I'd already done. Right? Yeah. So, don't create name check ticket if one is... Okay, yeah, I wanted to do this. Here's the problem with this one. Let's restart this. I'll illustrate the problem. Okay, the problem is... Well, one thing, I'm being logged out due to inactivity, because I think I had that set to just 10 minutes. I don't mind it too much. Okay, so the problem is there's a name check whenever we try to change our name. So what'll happen is they'll be masked, and while they're masked, they should be able to change your name and not have more name check tickets open. Because right now I can spam it like this, right? And just generate an endless stream of moderation tickets that are all essentially the same. If you look at any one of these, it's just basically saying, is Raimu2 okay? Is Raimu okay? Is Raimu2 okay? Endless supply. So what I wanted to do is, instead of opening new tickets, I want to just update the existing ticket and just update the username in there. That way, if the user vacillates on what player name they want, or they're going back and forth with a moderator, they can just, it'll just be updating the same ticket, and we can maybe just make notes about what names they're picking, right? And then when they finally are done with it, then a moderator will say, fine, that name's approved. So unmask it. And then now if they change it again, Then we open a new ticket. So I want to only open up a name check ticket if they're not masked. Actually, it's that simple, isn't it? If they're not masked, open up a name change ticket if they decide to change their name. If they're masked, then don't do anything. No, if they're masked, find the existing ticket and update it. Right? I think I got that right. So, yeah. It's gonna have a bunch of tickets. Let me clear out this stuff. So, we're gonna annihilate the server. Do it. Do it. All state's been wiped out now. Boom. No tickets, no players. Bad password, we have to make a new account. Alright, so the first thing to test will be changing our name while masked should not make a name check ticket. So let's make a test for that. Okay, enjoy your Hulu, Starless Jupiter. Thanks for the follow. You weren't following before? I thought you'd been here before. I finally deserve the follow. Yay. I feel like I've earned it. Oh, I see. Or maybe you unfollowed. Maybe I said something bad and you unfollowed me at one point. Alright, so change. But yeah, thanks for the follow. Enjoy your Hulu. Change profile. Username change. Here we go. Username change. So one of these. Yeah. I'll just take this one, I suppose. Yeah, so we'll make sure that there's no mod event made. So username change. By masked player does not open any new tickets. All right, so they will be masked. So let's make sure they're masked. Then they change their name, and I actually don't care about these timestamp thingies. None of this stuff matters. They are going to request their name should be changed. We should get one more. The change profile will execute it. And when that happens, we'll assert that it's still only one entry added, not a second one. Right? I never say anything but, oh, thank you very much. Sometimes I slip, though. Say the wrong words. Cool, so this is what I expected to see, right? Oh, wait a minute, no, there's a sensitivity to the server number. Let me fix that. Yeah, I don't care about any of this stuff, right? This is tested by the other test. I really only want to get the entry so that I can mock that it's applied. So I need the command and the number of entries, but I don't need to check anything else from it. So I don't really care about this stuff. The other test tests that. We're just testing this, essentially. So yeah, let's run that. Right, so it's failing because it actually is making a new ticket. So let's fix that. I misclicked again. All right. I'm making too many keyboard mistakes. Need to slow down a bit. Hey there, Besvili. How are you doing? All right, so I am going to make sure that, again, when you change your name while your name is masked, it should not open a name check ticket like that. So we're going to go to the code that does that. That's in the profile part of the coordinator. Yeah, it's actually right here. It's actually exactly this code. If the change, if the change involves a username change and we're the leader of the cluster and the change didn't come from an admin and we haven't done that, then do it. So I think I just need another condition here, right? And that they're not masked. So if not player is masked. So we don't have player yet. I need player. I'm just looking to see if I have access to it. Well, we get it here. Let me just pull it here. So that's const auto player equals players get by ID. And is there any early return if the player's not found? No. We probably should do that though, right? So if player.id is 0, just return. Yeah, otherwise it doesn't make sense to do any of this. Anyway, so now we have access to the player. We can see if they're masked or not. So let me see if that fixes the test. Yay. Although I don't like how it dims it after it runs it. Cool, so now I should be able to test that end to end. So, oh, I just did do it. Do it. That blows away the entire database. So I get a bad password. So I have to make a new account. That's fine. Rather than typing that password, let's just copy paste. There we go. So there'll be a name check when we first open the account. But now if I decide I don't like that name and I change it, cool. So it didn't open up a new one. So I could vacillate if I want. Go between different names. And then there's only the one ticket. Okay, one problem is it didn't update the username. That's another issue, right? But anyway, once we settle on a name, and the administrator says, okay, fine, that name is good, unmask that. Now, if I change my name again, it should open up a new name check. Interesting. It didn't look like it did. It did not. Oh, because, no, did it not mask me? Fetch. Oh, it applied the mask first. We have to do it before it's executed. Okay. Yeah. Is it a web game or a desktop game? It's going to be a web game. So if you want to see a prototype of it, check out that highlight. Essentially, you'll play it from your browser here. I don't have the game field yet because that's going to come a little bit later. But you'll see the game world in place of this stuff here. And you'll be able to interact with your browser. And the back end of the game is all on a server that all the different players access through the web. The server will be running on a cloud platform like Amazon or Google or Azure or something like that. Probably Amazon Web Services. So yeah, I'm just setting up the foundation, so the basic server client framework, and there's no actual game dev yet. Just I have that prominent in my notes so that I don't accidentally mislead people. But that prototype will show you how we'll show a game field here, and as you interact with the world, it's going to communicate with the servers like it is now through a WebSocket, like so. So for example, when we log in, it sends our login token, and then when we get our profile, it comes back. So all the communication with the servers through WebSocket messages, and the game world view will be constructed based off of what the server tells us to show. Yeah, so you can. You just need to have your C++ code interact with the web. So the connections between server and client are WebSockets. As long as you have code in C++ that can talk to the web, you can implement protocols like WebSocket and then hook directly into the browser through these WebSocket connections. If you're not sure what a WebSocket connection is, it's really just a upgraded connection between a browser and a web server. It's upgraded to a bidirectional, so like either side can send a message instead of the traditional web's request, which is a request and a response. So there's an initial request to say, hey, I want to speak WebSockets with you. And the server says, sure, switching protocols. And then it switches to this mode where there's messages in either direction. And you can do that in C++ as long as you have an implementation of the network protocols in C++, which I happen to have. I'm using WebSockets to talk between the game client and the game server backend. So that's in this diagram, it's all these lines are WebSocket connections. And I have multiple servers in the backend, and they talk to each other the same way through WebSocket connections. Really convenient because the messages themselves, if you use the JSON format, they're really easy to see in the debugger in Chrome. So I very much like it. So I made my own, for the C++, it's not something that's built in, so I made my own implementation of WebSockets that you can find in my GitHub. It looks like a C++ version of what you'd find for JavaScript, right? So there is a way to make a WebSocket. You say whether it's a client or a server, and you would construct one and configure it. The configuration is just what size limit you want right now, so there's not much to the configuration. And then you either open it as a client or you open it as a server. And either way, there's interaction with that initial web request I just talked about. As a client, you provide a request that the WebSocket thing fills in. You make the request, and when the response comes back, you tell the WebSocket, hey, the web server told me this, can we move on? If it says true, then it's like, okay, now we're a WebSocket, and you can proceed with doing like send text messages, or you can, where did I put it? Oh, it's this delegates thing. You can set delegates, which are callbacks, and one of the callbacks is when you receive a text message. So you get to provide a function that just is given the text message that's the server gave you, and respond to messages from the server that way. So yeah, that's all on my GitHub. The reusable components that I make are all open source. The game itself is not, though. So, oh, I did fail a test. Let's go fix that. Username changed by player. It's failing at this line. Oh, it didn't open a name check. Oh, that's probably because we started out masked. No, it starts out unmasked. I broke it somehow? Huh. It is broken. Oh, yeah. We were seeing that. We were seeing that it didn't open a new name check. Right, okay, so this is confirmed by this unit test failing. Okay, so you're right. I was on to I was chasing down that bug when we were explaining some answers there. Yeah, the problem is it's already been executed. So if I get it now and look at that flag, it's already been changed. So what I really want to know is what it was before it was executed. We can do that if the executor tells us through the results what it used to be, right? Yeah, well, callback and delegate are really the same thing to me. When you set a delegate, you're just providing a function to be called back later. So they mean the same thing to me. In C#, there actually is a type called a delegate, and it's essentially the same thing. It's declaring a function that you will have someone else call at some later point, like because of an event. Okay. Yeah, we need to know what the value of that was. I think I will just put a hint in the results for that. So that means I'm gonna, the executor is the thing that generates that result, so we're gonna go to that component and ask it to please give us a hint. So that's in what, change username? Do I have a test for that? I don't know if I do. every store player. It's kind of like that. So maybe that's changing an email address. So which one was this? Was trying to change a name, right? Yeah. Okay, let's take this test and just make a copy of it and change the copy. Isn't a callback blocking? It depends on how many threads you have. So in my architecture, generally, I split things up into different subcomponents, and if things happen in response to something being received asynchronously, that means they're being handled usually by a worker thread. So, for example, this web server is running a thread just to process incoming messages. And when it gets one, it's going to give it through the WebGate to the coordinator. And so the coordinator, while running in the thread of receiving a message from some other client, it's going to then call callbacks to the executor and stuff like that. And so it won't block the executor or vice versa because it's using its own separate thread. So it's a multi-threaded server. If it was a single-threaded server, then yeah, callbacks would block. But I have multiple threads. Generally, every component that has its own independent loop does so in its own thread. And so the benefit is they don't block per se, but then the drawback is that you'll see in a lot of places in my code I'll have to grab a mutex. Okay, not in this file, but like the outer file. I'll have to do that, right? I'll have to make a lock guard to lock a mutex because we're changing context here where this is a callback. This is a callback when a command is executed. So the this function is called along this line here, going between executor and coordinator. So we're coming from the executor back into the coordinator. We have to synchronize with the rest of the coordinator by getting a mutex. That's the side effect of having multiple threads. If this is all single threaded, I wouldn't have to have mutexes. But then the downside would be the other side would be you would block on all your callbacks. Learning more about multi-threading? Multi-threading is hard. My advice on learning it would be just to try out some of the exercises you can find online, and really there's a lot of trial and error. If anyone here knows a great resource on learning multi-threading, I'd like to know because I learned it the hard way. Multi-threading is tough. There are a lot of traps you run into. For example, you might lock a mutex twice and your program just freezes. Or you get a debug assertion that you can't grab that mutex because it's already locked. Or if you have two mutexes and you have one thread lock them in A-B order and the other thread locks it in B-A order, you can get what's called a deadlock. And those are really tricky to even happen sometimes because they have to happen simultaneously. You know, thread 1 grabs A, thread 2 grabs B, thread 1 tries to grab B, which blocks because it's waiting on this one, and then he tries to grab block A. So that has to happen at just the right. If it happens in this order, it's fine. This order, it's fine too. But if it happens in this order, then you get a deadlock, and those can be hellish to debug. And I really don't know of any great learning resource other than you have to run into that problem eventually and learn from the mistakes. Yeah, it's. I wish I could give you guys a resource to learn it other than trial and error. There probably is something these days. Someone's probably made a Khan Academy video or learning camp video on it. But yeah, my code journey, so to speak, has mostly been self-taught, so I've just learned it the hard way. Advice on design, object-oriented software architecture. One big piece of advice is prefer composition over inheritance. I think schools tend to overteach object-oriented programming in terms of inheritance class structures, and they do not teach enough about composition, which is instead of like A inheriting from B, A has a pointer to a B, or A has a B. And you can divide parts of a system up by subcomponents that aren't related to each other through class inheritance. They're just different kinds of objects. And that ends up being a lot better and a lot simpler and a lot easier to read than using inheritance and polymorphism. Really, inheritance and polymorphism, they have their place, but they tend to get overused, and people use them like somewhat religiously, and then it becomes a big design problem. So yeah, avoid inheritance, try to use composition and aggregation instead. As far as specific case studies, wish I had them. I'm mostly, again, self-taught, so I didn't learn a whole lot in school about computer science. I sort of already just trial and error figured stuff out on my own, so don't have that many tips about books or case studies to read. All right, this is the new test I was writing, right? So this will be right. Change name returns old mask flag. That's what I want to include that in the results. So, sure. You're welcome, Fargo. For what it's worth, I feel like my advice on that is sort of limited, so if it helps, that's great. Okay, create Alice. I don't need to create a Bob. This is extraneous. So we're going to create Alice, and then we're going to change, what is this? Changing player 1, which is Alice, to Bob. So that's fine. That will work. The assertion I want to make is that the is true that execution results was masked. So we're inventing that flag, so to speak. And then expect that it is false. I guess I need to put it in here, right? Create player. Oh, wait a minute, no. When it's created, it's default masked on, right? So this will be true. All right, there we go. There's the test. When you change your name, there will be a was masked as part of the results. So let's make that happen. Hey, it's... Oh, I can't even pronounce that. Is that Dutch? I can't do it. And Perry, welcome. Welcome, VIP. Who's... what VIP stands for, I can't say. You got me. You win. How are you doing today? You don't know what that is either? One of us needs to know what it is and how to pronounce it, otherwise it doesn't count. Okay, maybe you didn't win yet, because if neither one of us knows what it is, then neither one of us can win. Okay, executor. Change profile, right? So if it gets up down to the end, let's now return the information I want. So that's object, JSON object. And right now, I only really care that it has the was masked, and then we need to record what the mask was. So the thing is, this changes the mask, right? Oh, actually, it doesn't. Oh, but usually the changes includes the mask. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so I just need to record what it was before this change, so I will get it up here. Const auto was masked equals player. Uh-oh. What's going on here with my compiler? I feel like I broke something just now. Oh, is it because I didn't close this? Okay, that was it. Scaring me there, IntelliSense. So let's build. Free Indian party? Oh, okay, so it's Hindi? Or Hindi? I have friends who were born and raised in India, and they tell me whenever I try to say something in Hindi, that I always get it wrong with the wrong accent. So I just kind of gave up. Cool. So now that that mask is available, this was masked, I can use that from the player. So username changed by player. No, it was this one. Username changed by masked player. And that wasn't it either. I think it was this one. Right, this one currently fails, and we can make succeed by using that new flag, right? Yeah, okay, that was it. So profile. It was on change profile executed. Right, it's this thing. I can't use that. In fact, this I can't trust anyway. Not that one, this one. So I can't use that, and that is irrelevant. So I'm going to use the results. So if results was masked, and we need to interpret that as a Boolean. Then we're going to open a new ticket. Let's see if that fixed it. Yay! And there was much rejoicing. Run the test again to make sure I didn't break anything. I did break something. Oh, right. So this one, when we simulate it, we have to say so. Where's that? Here. Here's where we simulate it. We have to say that it was masked. So that's JSON object was masked true. There we go. Run that test. Okay, good. All right, let's try it in the real end-to-end system. Reserve. Logged out due to an inactivity. Yeah, it happens because I take a while to do work. Bad password. Oh, because the name changed, right. Okay, so we're currently masked. If I change my name back, it didn't open a new ticket. But if the administrator goes and says, sure, that name's fine, we're not masked anymore. If I decide to change it again, we get masked and a new ticket got opened. And if I change my mind and change back, did not open a ticket. Great. And you can say, fine, unmask you again, and we're back to normal. Cool. I'm going to check that in. I'm going to check it in. Yeah, so the summary of this is, do not open name check ticket if masked, on masked player rename. All right, get garbage collect and wrong thing. Get push. Okay. Next thing on the list for today. So that was this one. Oh, I didn't do this part of it. Update the username field of the existing ticket. Let's do that. Yeah. That shouldn't be too bad. We're just modifying a ticket. Do I have a way to modify tickets right now? Let's see. There's set. I guess I'll use that. Where do I use set? Set is used in 194 places. A little bit too much. Alright, where specifically? I guess we'll look for that. And we can actually do that in front, right? So let's narrow it down a little bit. Okay, here we use set to change the ticket state. Okay. A lot of configuration sets. This is again in tests. Tests use it to change things. What is this one? Update mod event. Ah, that's how we make updates. Okay, so I can do this then. It is just another kind of mod event. Update mod event. So yeah, I just need to modify my test a little bit. Well, hold on. And the executor needs to do a slightly different thing here. Because this command has a change description. And I think the executor interprets that. Yes. There's a change handler. And these are the change handlers. Okay, so let's add an executor test. So this is a new kind of change. Right, update mod event. So like one of these. Update mod event change. Update mod event username. Let's just leave it at that. So we'll make a ticket of the form that, actually I'll cheat and I'll look and I'll download the player's information, fetch that, and we'll just take a look at it. How come that fetch didn't work? Oh, this fetch here, download. There we go. Open. Alright, so what does that ticket look like? Here's what it looks like. So the essential part here is that we have a username, because that's the only thing that I care about then. So it's just, the version's going to change, for sure. And we'll add a note to it. So it'll have a history. And locked I don't care about. So we'll have an initial username. Let's say Joe, for starters. It doesn't matter to me if it's what type or any of this other stuff is, right? Yeah, in fact, I don't need this in here. That's just confusing me. Actually, let's make it legit. It'll be a, actually, I'm gonna keep it the way it is. I'm gonna keep it the way it is. What methodology do I use to work on a project? You can find some of that stuff in my notes. So I'll direct you to the page I have in the overview about development philosophies. So right off the bat, I don't write tests for user interface. I don't write tests for programs unless they can be automated. Do I write tests for components and libraries? Definitely. There are certain things I set up when I have a new project, and for backend stuff, I use test-driven development, so I'll follow this procedure. For what is this? What is write in test drive? I can't remember why I wrote that. Anyway, if there's something missing from here, let me know. But this is the general flow of what I follow when I am doing test-driven development for backend stuff. For stuff like UIs and main programs, I don't do test-driven development. I'll generally just go from like a to-do list to the writing the code, and I'll do it in one little feature at a time, so it's incremental and iterative. And then how do I save my work? I save it in Git. So I don't have anything specifically that says that, but I do have a Git command. And there's a little blurb in there, the complicated thing about why I don't use the built-in Git in VS Code because of how I do multi-repository. So yeah, let me explore my notes and let me know if there's any specific questions you have. I don't like to use UML so much, but for some things I still will make diagrams like this, which I borrow some concepts of your UML, but I don't stick to it strictly, just to keep, for my own reference mostly, the name straight and the relationship straight between components inside a complicated system like my backend server. But that's really, I only have like a few of those diagrams. Most of the time I don't need a diagram because I'm focused on like one component at a time. So like this executor component is small enough that I can encompass all of its descriptive behavior in just a set of unit tests. But that's probably not the best. I should probably write more diagrams and split my code up into smaller pieces. This test is already getting way too long. 2,000 lines is a bit long. So I have a ways to go to improve still. All right, so if we say the change type is username, and then we'll say username is Billy, then what I'm going to expect to see is that change version. Username is the username. And then the history will have the same type, so it'll be username. Timestamp is whatever I put there. And then I think we'll have, what did I call it when we changed the, whatever I did when I did the players change. What did I call that? Player username change. Old name, I think. Yeah, old name. So like was or something. Yeah, let's just say was. And then that will be Joe. So the old name I want to show somewhere. Yeah, small enough. I misspoke. The thing is, it needs to be refactored. If I were to break the executor tests up into different things that it can execute, each one will be pretty small. There are enough things it executes now where since I have them all in one file, it's kind of long, but each individual thing is separate from the other things. Okay, thanks for stopping by, Vazvili. Yeah, you caught me. I don't know how to say your name. Let's see if I can figure it out. It's got Twitch in it. Sliv Twitch? Anyway, Sliv Twitch, you caught me out. I misspoke. I should have thought before I said something. Yeah, this needs to be refactored. And it could be big enough at the point where I start to need to have diagrams for it or break it up into smaller components. Okay, let's run the test. It fails. Because it should fail. We get an execution error, probably because it doesn't know how to handle that kind of, oops, wrong thing. It doesn't know how to handle that kind of change, the username type. Right, so we're going to add a row here, essentially. These, let's try to keep them in alphabetical order. And then we'll add the new one here. So we're going to add this down here, right? Oh, these are not in alphabetical order either. Almost, but not quite. Okay, let's collapse that for now. Copy pasted code. L comes before N, but after, okay, no, it's actually the first one. Lock note state username, right? Lock note state username. Okay, good. All right, so update the ticket to reflect a username change. Okay. So it's gonna say, let's put an old username here. Old username is the current username in the ticket. And then I don't need, well, actually no, new username is the same thing in the change object. This I don't need. It's just going to be that as the new username, and then add a username change to the history, and it'll be was old username. And I don't need that. Actually, do I want a who? Maybe we'll leave that in there. That allows me to check if there are multiple people making changes to a username, then we'll record who did it. Yeah, we'll leave that in there. Won't hurt if it's there. Okay, so what's different here? Version 2, Billy. Oh, locked is null. How did locked get in there? That copy paste bug? Oh, it's assumed to be there, so we should add it in the test here. So locked false. Yeah. I guess I have to have that in here too, don't I? Locked, so it stays unlocked. Cool. All right. So then now we have to actually append that command now in the right place. Very long function names. That's sort of an inside joke with some of my friends. I am okay with these long names because they describe what we're testing, and then it's sort of, so it's like a comment, and I can read it well enough with the mixed case. I know other people find that kind of annoying, but I'm okay with it. It will open a new ticket. So username changed by mess player opens. Okay, does not open any new tickets. Okay, maybe this is too long. Because a really long name I'm thinking of doing does not open any new tickets, but updates existing name change ticket. Now that is way too long. What if we just say username? Let's keep it. Let's just break this up. We'll leave this test the way it is. Oh, wait a minute, but it can't just assume that nothing changes down here, that this assertion is still the same. We need to, specifically, we're making sure that no new tickets were open, so that's a loop, right? So we start here, and we go until, while it's less than that, And then if mock journal entries. Actually, let's just get the entry const auto entry equals entries I. If entry dot command is null, continue. We're just ignoring null commands. If entry command get type equals add mod ticket. That's the name, right? No, it's not. Is it add mod event? Add mod event. Then we fail the test, so we can just turn this around into an expect false. Or expect not equal. I can put that in front. Expected actual, right? And then we're done. Now I'm going to turn this around. Or not turn it around. I'm going to copy this. So we'll have two things we expect. Username change by mass player updates existing name. What is it called? Name check ticket. So that implies we have to have such a ticket. So let's make one. We can do it before here by doing mod q add JSON object, and then I need to make a ticket here, like this. Very convenient. So we'll have a name change that will say player 1 wants to name themselves Alex. Sound good? And then before that's approved, they decide, no, I want to be Pepe instead. So they log in, they ask to be changed to Pepe. It will append the change profile, and when that gets published, here's where we want to say we want to look for, there should be a update mod event. So bool update mod event found false. And then expect it's true by the time we get down here. It will turn this expect into an if. If it equals update mod event. I'm assuming that's what it's called. Maybe not. My memory ain't so good. Oh, it is update mod event. Did this set of unit tests never check those? Oh, they're checked mostly in the moderation system. Okay, well that makes sense. If it equals, then we found one. And we can expect certain things about it. We will expect two things, right? That Pepe is the username now. Actually, it's all encompassed in that change, right? Actually, this is what we'll expect. This exact thing, actually. For the changes. So that's command. No suggestions? Oh, it's entry.command. Oh, no, okay, to do that I need to cast, so static one of these things. Change, update mod event. Cast that to update mod event. There we go. So then it's update mod event change. That's all I really care about, right? And now it's not Billy. They wanted to change it to Pepe, didn't they? Or new username. Version will be 2, type will be username. There we go. And then the rest of the machinery is tested in the executor. Okay, so that's going to fail, of course, because we haven't written the code to do this part yet. How am I doing that time? 2.5 hours? I dropped 10 frames in 2.5 hours. That's not perfect, but it's not bad. Alright. So the decision where that's made is that same code I was editing earlier. Profile. It was on change profile executed, right? So it's this stuff. I need to refactor this and clean it up at some point. Right, so it's this junk is common. So if that much of it is true, then we're going to do a little bit more work. So we'll begin by just porting this over, so to speak. So we check that, and then we check these two things. So basically it's another alternative to this. So after that if, then we have else if. Else if it was masked, and we haven't applied an update mod event, where the ticket is what we expect to see. Actually, so before we do this, I have to look and find the ticket. Okay, assuming we found the ticket. There will be the ticket ID. So return actually it's enough. Is it enough to just look to make sure we haven't applied it yet? I think so. So it'll be just return update mod event ticket ID equals ticket ID, and that we'll just have to capture. If that's not true, we'll make one. So we make one. Ticket ID is ticket ID, which we haven't figured out yet. I won't let that stop me. Okay, timestamp is whatever we sample the current time to be. And change equals, then here's where we construct the change we want. And then I can get rid of this stuff. We're going to package it and append it. So what change do we want? Whatever the test expects that we say. This thing, right? We want a username change to that ticket. The version will be whatever the version was. So that's, let's just assume we have the ticket. Version +1. And then the new username will be whatever I had captured, right? Wait a minute. Oh, the original command's username, yeah. Okay. Oh no, it's what it was before, right? Oh no, that's what we want it to become. Yeah, never mind. So it's command changes username. All right, so we need to find the ticket and the ticket ID first. So we need to actually loop through all tickets to find it. Okay, so right, so we'll just turn that into that and make this an if and indent it even more. This is horrible. I'll really have to come back and clean this up later. Excuse me for the mess and the horrible indentation. The terms of service for Unity? Are you sure you got the right streamer? I don't think I was saying anything about the terms of service for Unity. Unless, was it like a discussion I forgot? I need some context, I'm sorry. Yeah, possibly it was a different streamer. Yeah. Yeah, I don't remember that. Editing DLL files? Yeah, I think it was someone else. Yeah, yeah, that's okay. I know a bunch of other Unity devs here on Twitch. Who might it have been? I don't know. But it shouldn't be hard to find if you look around. Find someone who's using Unity and hopefully they've read the terms of service for what they use and they can tell you. Let's see, was masked. Right, so if they were masked, we got to look up a ticket. And I guess we'll only do this if there is a ticket, right? So we're going to have to loop through all the tickets. So for const auto ticket in it's in the moderation system. So moderation tickets get all. And then we get, actually that's tickets entry. Actually, I can do it this way, right? I can have this break if we get down here. Because what I want to do is this. Const auto ticket ID is tickets entry first, and const auto ticket is tickets entry second. And then only we'll continue if the ticket isn't something that we care about. So it'll be, the ticket has to be a, if tickets type is these up here, name check. If it's name check, or let's do the negative. If it's not name check, or the state is not, or the state is closed, or what else could it be? The reporter is not, okay, these all have to be prefixed with standard string too. This one has an int, and that's this player ID. So if it's not a name check ticket, or if it's closed, or if it's regarding someone else, then we skip it. Otherwise, we're going to apply a change to it unless we already did. So what's this? Oh, it's right. We have to go interpret it as an integer and then add 1 and then put it back. Okay. Wow, this is complicated. I sure hope I got this test right. Yay! Boolean indication if I did my work well or not. So I'm going to test this in a minute. If this passes all my unit tests, I will do an end-to-end test. I think it's going to pass them all, so we'll go and take a look. So stop the server, restart it. Now I need to log in again because it's been 10 minutes. Remember me for 10 more minutes. All right, so... Right, actually I need to close those old ones. Let's close all those old tickets. Close. Otherwise it's gonna update the wrong one. And really the admin shouldn't unmask a player until they've closed the name check ticket to begin with. And there's some corner cases there I should probably think about. Anyway, they're all closed, and we're going to say, hey, I want to change my name to Fortnite. It'll say, okay, you're masked for a while. There's a new name check ticket, Fortnite. And they say, well, I don't like Fortnite. How about Zombie 421? Cool, look at that. So I'm not showing it here, but the detail should include that we changed our mind from Fortnite to Zombie 421. So the way I would verify that right now is I would download the player's user information. So we will do a select them and do a download and take a look. So now we should see the ticket in there. Well, that's interesting. So all the events with that account happened here. So at some point they changed their name. So the name is currently set to what? Zombie 421. It used to be Fortnite. It used before that was Raimu. So there's a ticket open. It was first created. Then it was changed from... Oh, it was Raimu. Oh no, these are the old tickets. So let's collapse. These are the old tickets. I need the last ticket, right? Ticket 4, right. It was opened, and then it was originally Fortnite, and then it was changed to Zombie 421. That's exactly what I want. It's just, I want to have a complete history of what the user was doing, so that these are all the name changes that they did. And then for this ticket that's still open, the mod can go in and say that they wanted to be known as Zombie 421. For a little while, they wanted to be known as Fortnite, but they changed their mind. So that works. And then once I clean up this, I'll show the same details here. So the workflow will be eventually that the moderator goes in and says, fine, that's a silly name, but we can't disallow it. They would go to the ticket, and they would say, that's a silly name, but we'll allow it, right? And then they close and lock that one. Go to the players. Actually, this will probably be all a one-button thing. But they would then unmask it, and then it's like, oh, look, we're now known. We now see ourselves as that. So that's the procedure. And I think we're gonna check it in because it's working. So this change was to update name check ticket on name changes while masked. All right, push that. This stuff related to name changes was a lot more complicated than I thought it would be. Okay, I'm gonna skip this one for now because that admin console is sort of gross anyway. I'm probably just gonna rewrite it. So that means this too. So I guess we're moving on to this. Add a mechanism for players to request all their information. So this is to satisfy GDPR. And I already have that in the admin tool, so this won't be a whole lot of work. It'll be the rough equivalent to this button where we hit download, and then we can just see. I'm just going to send the player, hey, you want your data? Here it is in JSON. Have fun. So we're GDPR compliant. They have all their datas. It doesn't need to be pretty. We'll just give them a dump. I'll even throw in their hash and salt of their password. Because why not, right? It's theirs. And the history of their name changes, what their email address was, any tickets that were opened by them. Yeah. So I just need to add a button here somewhere. What if I just added to this bar here, download information? Yeah, let's do that. So this is all front-end work then. And close some of these files. So here we'll take a break from C++ for a while and we go into React Redux. So to add a button first, I need to go to where that activity is. I call it an activity because it's not modal. So this is the playing activity right now. And in the playing activity, there's a button bar at the bottom. It's a report issue, delete my account, log out. I could put it down there. Actually, no, profile. Profile is a screen within the activity, so I'm going to put it there. That's here. And here's the button bar for it. There is, let's clean this up a little bit. So that, whoops, so that I don't have to scroll. Let's just, what do you call it when you break up one line into many? Whatever you call that, that's what I'm doing. I'll just do this here as well. And we'll add another button, right? Because I want it to go, I guess, at the end. So this on click will be on download. What are we going to call it? Download personal information. Ramu crazy formatting? I'm trying to follow a simple to specify rule. So my rule is that it's sort of like the C++. So let's compare that to what would be comparable. So to like this, right? So if I started the scope at that column, I'm going to end the scope on a line that starts at the same column, and anything within it is indented. So that's what I did here, right? We start at that scope, we're going to end at that same indentation level, and if there's anything in that scope, it's indented. And then a body obeys the same rule. It's all indented, and then the close is at the same scope as the open. So that's my crazy formatting. I'm just trying to follow one style decision to the extreme end. So that's an extreme end there. The justification I give is that if I wanted to add more attributes to button, I would not change either that line nor that line. I would just simply insert a line here, right? Like ID equals foo. That'll show up in a git diff as just a one-line addition. Whereas if I had terminated the line like that, and then I added ID equals foo, that shows up as a line change and not an add. I actually prefer line adds over line changes because they can be merged and looked at easier to me. What are we doing here? I'm adding a button to my front-end client. Oops, it's broken. Here, I'll comment it out so you can see. So this is a work in progress. This is going to be a game player, but I don't have the actual game world yet. So all we can see right now is our profile. So I can see my player name and email address and any tickets, which are like issues or you know, conversations with the game moderators that we have open. And one of the things in the profile I'm adding is I'm going to add a button here to download all of your personal information, and that is to be compliant with GDPR. So I'm adding a button right here, and I'm going to have that button send a command to the game server that will request the data, and then when we get the data back, we will just output it the same way I was doing it in the other thing. Well, thanks for that. I was aiming for a font that looks either Gothic or medieval, or, you know, putting it into the mood of like a RPG. So, and I made that in one place so that if I want to change it later, I can. So that's in my CSS. I do it with font face. So I found these free fonts and made font face CSS for it, and then you just say font family is that, and you should always have a backup font if that doesn't load correctly. So not that hard to do. So I'm adding another button here so let's make the label download personal information. That's going to be a lot of text. I wonder if I can reduce that. How about a download account? Download my information. I'll just leave it like that. I'm gonna change it later. Download my data. Okay. Download my datas. So let's put it near this other one. So yeah, that needs to be a prop, right? So that's a React prop, and we're gonna map it to a Redux dispatch. I just love saying these terms from React and Redux. I do not need any arguments, do I? It's just going to be a dispatch an action called download personal information. So that's a new action that we need to define. Define action download personal information. And because that is an action that has side effects and does not reduce to state, I am going to go to a middleware to implement that. And that, I think, will go to profile. And we will add a handler for that action. Actually, that goes here, right? And then this goes there. I'd like to have a personal project to work on using React, Redux, Node.js, but I can't think of anything worth doing. It would be good to show employers, perhaps, trying to find the ultimate job in web dev. Good luck with that. I think you should try to pick something small in scope at first and larger as you get good at it, but pick something that you enjoy doing, whether it's a game or a website, a blog, a calculator, I don't know. Pick something that you enjoy doing and then start with a small scope mock-up of something and then try to build up from there. That's what I would do. So download a personal information. I'm going to need dispatch and dispatch. That's the only thing I need, I think, because I'm just going to dispatch other actions. I'm really just going to dispatch a request to the game. And we'll just do a console log, because why not? So, requesting personal information from server. So send to the game, and then I had a command for that, right? I just don't remember what it was. It'll be in the admin tool, actually. Let me look there. That was here, right? Download player data. There we go. And then we'll make it so that if we send it without a username, it just gives us our data. Download player data. And then we need to handle the response that we get back. And I forgot what that was. Yeah, my apologies about the quality of this admin tool. It's a pretty messy app that I plan to rewrite. But it's not important at today's point. Player data, I think that was it, right? Yeah. I'm going to do the same kind of thing where I will use a file saver. So player data, we need to add a kind of message in the middleware for server messages that we know how to handle. Player data, on player data. So on player data, we'll dispatch the correct action for that. Actually, it's just one of these. A lot of these are boilerplate. Player data. And I'm using the word reflect to mean that, like, do something with something that we have now. So we'll have an action for that. It's like player data is available. Reflect that we've received it, and let's define it. All right. That I think we'll bring back to the middleware. I'll just bring it back to the same place. You might say, well, why am I dispatching an action to myself? The reason is that I might want it to go elsewhere later, and doesn't cost me much to dispatch an action that comes back to the same middleware. It still works. So one middleware interprets the server message and the other one interprets or does something with it. Okay, so let's just take... need to take one that has a message in it. This one, I think. And I don't need it on. Reflect player data. And the action, so I'm not sure. What was the form of the data that we got? Oh, it was collapsed in with the message itself. So we'll just do action. Actually, I can do the same thing, right? Type player data. I think. And then we'll just do exactly the same thing here. Make a blob and save it. So that means I need to have file saver, which comes from file saver, which I have not added yet. So that means I need to import that. Or I need to install it with npm. So let's do that. So npm I file saver. Hoping that's the name of the package. I guess I can look at the admin tool to see if that's what it was called. File saver, yep. Slow, npm slow. You're slow. Okay, alright. So, did that automatically update here? Can't resolve. I wonder if that's because I did an npm install. Okay, it might be that I need to rerun npm start on this. Just a thought, just a theory. Reload. Okay, that's what it was. Alright. Cool, so it loaded, and here's my button. But I think there's going to be some missing stuff on the server side. Let me watch the communication with the server. I think this is going to cause us to disconnect. Yep. Because the server says this is an admin-only command right now, so I need to fix that. Starting a contract role using jQuery and hopefully some Node on Monday. In the long run, you'd like to find something in React. You know you're going on about yourself and someone's trying to hear, but mostly looking for some advice on how to land a full-time React position. I just learned React myself. Well, I learned it like 8 months ago, and I knew it for a few months, and then I forgot it. And then I refreshed my memory just this last month. So I'm really not the right person to ask, but there are probably other people here, and I don't mind you asking. That's fine. But I don't know. I find once you get used to React, so at first you're gonna write really crappy apps like I wrote here with my admin console. But when you get more used to it, I think it starts to click and you start to get it, and then you'll make cleaner apps. Like for example, this is all functional and it's using React hooks. Like this one doesn't even need any hooks, but where you need to have state, you either have hooks like this effect hook, or you'll end up using something like Redux, and it'll just get used to it. Where do I live? I live in California. Oh, but you're asking Eeps. Where does Eeps live? Yeah, because positions vary according to where you live, right? Okay, so yeah, I need to update the backend. Yeah, no problem. I figured it out after I read it. Oregon, nice. Okay. Backend, right? So I should update the unit test to test this. Let's see. It should go under profile, right? So let's just add a new test. It'll be similar to this admin player controls, won't it? The one that downloads player data. Yeah, so let me copy this stuff. It'll be similar to that test. Download a player downloading their own data. Just to be distinct from the other test. So instead of an admin connection, it's going to be a normal player connection. Like this stuff. And I had been setting that client ID to 1. I don't think I need to do that anymore. Okay, so we serialize the player's record. And then the player sends a request to please download my data. They'll withhold the username because it's their own data. And then we should get back a message, right? With our own data. There we go. Simple. Yeah, Stack Overflow, I noticed that. They have like job openings posted there. Another thing I'd recommend is, since it's free and easy to do, set up a profile in LinkedIn. Recruiters are always looking through LinkedIn for stuff. If you haven't already. Cool, so this did not give us our message back, so let's fix that. Profile we go. Actually, no, it's not in profile. It's this message itself, download player data. It's listed as an admin message handler, so we're going to change that now. It's going to be promoted to a general client message. It belongs here then, right? Register client message, download player data. And we'll put it, we're going to move it actually. We're going to move it to profile out of admin player controls. So that means for this macro to work, we need to have a check and a make command. Check and a make command for that type. So let's go to delete account is the closest one. So we'll go there and we'll delete account. Oh yeah, I had another macro for it. So we just need to copy paste the macro. Sweet. And in the CPP, there'll be a delete account check and make command. So let's just duplicate these. Copy and paste, and we'll change it from delete account to download player data. There we go. So then what do we need to check in download player data? If it's an admin, then look up the player, and if the player doesn't exist, no, if we're not an admin, then hang up. So this is going to be download player data called when not logged in. We get that the record of the player from that's logged in. If it's 0, we can't do the command. Otherwise, we do it. All right. Download player data make command. At this point, the 0 for client ID means it's an administrator, right? So we're not creating a destroy player. Actually, we're not needing to do a command at all, do we? Actually, yeah, this is all this is. We don't need to do any of this stuff. It's just return. There's no command necessary. Actually, that means I don't need to use these macros at all. Yeah, I don't need to do this at all. Never mind. It is going to be a much simpler command, just like fetch profile is. Where's fetch profile? Client message. Oh, I already had it as a client. So what does fetch profile do? Oh, we just did that. Okay, so we do want these. We just don't return anything. We just don't return anything from the make. So there are no commands we make, but we still do a check. All right. And then I'm going to put in here for the body, we're going to move the old admin player control. Download player data. So we're removing that function. We're relocating its logic to the new place. So this one. So it's this stuff. This stuff moves over to here. Actually, what does fetch profile Check do. Oh, it always returns false. Basically saying we don't need to process anymore. Okay, that's good. So download. So we'll always return false. And just paste the other code here. Cool. I think that'll work. So let's try it. Oh, and we need to remove this or else it won't compile. Remove the old code. Here's the test to run. Got it. Yeah, building a network is important. Really, building a network just means meeting people. So meeting people in the industry. So any way you can find to meet new people in the industry can be good. Is all good. Cool. All right, so it should work now. Boot camp, huh? Nice. That was just a little over a year ago. I don't know if they still do this, but the way I got into the industry was I looked for internships. Found one, and then the internship turned into a full-time job and it was done. You see, all the Fireflies are saying the same thing. So that happened to me too. You look around for companies that are hiring for summer internships. If you're in college or coming out of college, that's the perfect time to do that. So you look for an internship during the summer when downtime, not in school. And if you're lucky, you find a spot and the pay is low, but it's just a temporary position, and you're really just proving yourself. And if you do well, they turn it into a job after the internship's over. I just don't know if they still do that. But all the Fireflies, you just did this 4 years ago, so I guess they still do that. That's good. All right, we're gonna try the real server now. Yeah, it's super. Yeah, you have to kind of expect internship pay is super low. You need to climb that ladder. It's important. The most important thing is to get in the door, and then you climb the ladder. You get promoted. You earn respect, and your pay goes up. If your pay doesn't go up, then at least you've built cred and stuff on your resume to find another job that pays better. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna do download my data again. I'm refreshing those so that I don't have. Every time it reconnects to the server, there's a new WebSocket, and I always lose track of which one's which. Okay, here we go. Download my data. Oh, look, I got my datas. I got my datas. And it's my data, not someone else's. That's important. Okay, it'll reveal my ID number. Do I care? I guess it's fine. It's revealing what algorithm the server uses internally to cache passwords. If I wanted to, I could redact that information, right? Is the algorithm stored in there too? Yeah, look, algorithm stored in there. Do I care? I mean, everyone who watches my Twitch stream knows what algorithm I used. It's not like it's a secret. The salt is different for every time you set your password, so you're not leaking anything really, other than your own stuff. So if you wanted to, you could crack your own password, but you wouldn't be able to log in without that anyway. You're not going to be able to get the stuff if you're banned anyway, so that's fine. Yeah, I think we're good. So I'm going to call that feature done. How am I doing on time? 3 hours, 10 minutes? Not bad. Okay, essentially I moved the download player data around, and I'm using it in the front end now. Okay. All right. Changes to the package JSON always have end-lined issues. Add ability for players to download their data. Commit that. So I'll probably work that into this delete account thing. My idea is that before you delete your account, there might be something that says, before you delete, consider backing up your data now. And then it'll give you the file, and then if you accidentally deleted it and you didn't really mean to, or you changed your mind, you could go back to an administrator of the game saying, hey, I want to restore my account, here's my backup, and the administrator would say, well, okay, just to make sure you didn't cheat, let me make sure that if we have that data still, that you didn't modify it. I guess, I could actually sign the data to check that. That's a good idea. We could sign the data just to make sure no one cheats. Start streaming earlier. I'm sorry, Bugfound. It's just this week and then 2 days next week. And then we'll be back to normal. Yeah. You're making me feel bad, Bugfound, because you're one of my most loyal viewers that has helped me out so much. I don't want to destroy your sleep schedule. Okay, here, idea. Cryptographically sign player data so that if it's used to restore an account, we can make sure it wasn't modified to cheat. Thanks for the follow. All the fireflies? Should I do it? Do it. Might as well. Let's test this. Okay, my account is gone, but since I downloaded it, I can go to that download. And I have this restore thing in here. If I drag and drop that in here, I can restore my account. I'm just looking at which one it was. The one with the latest timestamp. Here we go. And I'm back. Although why it says zombie 421, I'm not sure. Oh, maybe I didn't grab the very latest. That's possible. Oh, that is the latest. Is that what it was? Do I still have that open? Thanks for the follow, Eeps. Hey there, Jug. How's it going? I guess I did rename the account, and I just hadn't re-logged in to notice that I had kept that name change. So it's Zombie421. Okay, so I can log back in now, as long as I remember it's Zombie421. And I didn't change the password, so it should still be in this buffer, right? Cool. Why is it showing up as masked? I think it's showing up as masked because that's always the case when we create a player, even if we're restoring it from backup. Well, that might be some little thing to fix up later. Right now, the admin can automatically just unmask them by default. Oh, why did I close OneNote? So, side effect to clean up later. Restoring an account brings the player back as with a masked name. Because right now the workaround is that we just go here and we click that, and then we're good. And let's say I want to go back to Raimu, which I do. I can do that, and then the admin can say, yeah, sure. Close and lock that, and then go back and unmask, and we're done. All right, next task, I guess. You work 100% from home, and the boss has no clue what you're doing? You just sleep a little longer on work days? I work 100% from home, and since I am my own boss, I can honestly say I sometimes have a clue what I'm doing, and other times I don't. All right, so I was gonna skip, right, I skipped a couple of these because I'm gonna rewrite the admin console anyway. I'll probably dedicate a stream or two for that. Yeah, let's just delete this stuff. And I'll add here, when do I want to add it? It probably makes sense to do it before this. Actually, all of these are, maybe that's the next step. So integrate admin controls into the player console. I guess that's what I'm working on next. And we're going to do away with the admin console completely. Or I could do the client update system. That's independent of the front end. Well, except for that part. Or I could work on the snapshotting next. How are we doing on time? 45 minutes left. What do I want to work on? Sooner or later, I gotta make a terms of service and a privacy policy. And that's completely different. It's not even coding, it's legal stuff. Oh, another thing I need to add to this list, I guess I'll add it down here, is reorganize the screens in the player console. So thoughts is dedicate the right side of the window for it. Another would be to collapse them by default, only show one at a time, selected by icon. So I have a screenshot up here of the original Ultima game, and I've seen other games follow this kind of pattern, although I plan to make it a little bit different. I don't need this entire screen real estate. If this is like the typical dimensions or aspect ratio of someone looking at a web page, then I don't need to use the whole vertical space, and I definitely don't need the whole horizontal. So I'm thinking of taking like profile or tickets and shunting them all the way to the right, and then having about this much as the world view, and then dedicate the whole bottom for chat, and then all the right side from the top down to maybe 3/4 of the way down will be panels, and profile will be one panel, tickets will be another panel, and then your inventory, your status, there'll be other panels that are game related. And so I need to work on that at some point. I need to have these organized as panels, and then maybe have only one panel at a time show up. And so that's what I mean by reorganize them. I guess we'll call it panels. So I need to do that at some point. Maybe I do that now. Because this is cluttered looking. Yeah, let's do that now. So we're promoting this all the way to the top. Okay, clicking and dragging wasn't so expedient, was it? So it goes right there. Okay, so the idea is I'm going to reserve some real estate for the world view. I'm going to put panels on the right, and I'm only going to show one at a time. So how would I do this? We're going to remove this text first. Let's remove that text. One thing, we'll start from the easy and move towards the difficult. So the whole thing together is called the stage, right? And the stage currently varies by activity, and one activity, yeah, it's entirely by activity. One activity is playing, playing. And then if we're in the playing activity, right, so I'm going to remove this paragraph. It's gone. And now let's how do you call it? Fragment or segment the screen into sections. I think I'll just do it with divs, and then we'll use CSS to order the divs. So we'll have a section. I'm removing the horizontal rules. And we'll have one div for the world view. So let's call this stage world. And we'll put this paragraph in there for now. But soon that's going to turn into a phaser stage. And then the next div, actually now that I think about it, this whole thing is in a fragment right now, right? And that fragment goes into the stage. Okay, we already have a class stage for that. Okay, that's good. All right. Although, what do we do in these other activities? I'll figure that out later. For right now, the stage will have stage world and then stage panels. And right now, let's put the profile and tickets just directly in there. And that had a horizontal rule between them. We'll keep that for now. And then I was gonna have these buttons always be at the bottom, I think. But then maybe they make them smaller. Actually, no, that doesn't make sense. These buttons should pop up when you like pick options or something, right? Maybe these move to a panel called like settings or options. We'll keep them at the bottom for now. We'll just make a div for chat, a placeholder. And we'll embed the button bar in there for now, even though it doesn't really belong. And then what I want to do is lay these out correctly. So I think I'm just going to have a grid where the stage world and stage panels are on one row, and then the stage chat is the whole of the next row. So that means really what I want is to have this not just to be a fragment. I want it to be a full div. And we'll give it a class name. Actually, yeah, well, hold on, let me think. Call it activity. Well, oh, I'm so undecided about names. If that's stage, then what is the stage then? Other than an empty container. Maybe this div doesn't belong here. Maybe stage should go away. And really it's just a higher order component that picks the correct activity. So if I just do that, right? The other activities, I need to make sure they have a div in them as well. It doesn't really matter what those classes are, I don't think. As long as these all, that's a div. Actually, there is a reason for me to make this a stage, isn't there? I don't know. I'm so indecisive. I'm sorry. Honestly, not a very experienced web dev. That's for sure. Okay, so my idea is I want stage to become two things. It's gonna fill the whole window area minus, well, actually maybe even the title screen will go into that too. Hold on, we'll work on this piece by piece. If we're logged out, what does it show? Okay, that's fine. What if I wanted those buttons to show at the bottom, though? Actually, I think I want every activity to have its own layout. So that means I will want to have stage, have a div called stage. But then, so these can go back to the way they were actually. Loading can just be, they can be fragments, that's fine. Logging in, fragments as well. Sitting outside, also a fragment. But here, instead of calling it stage, we'll call it playing. Actually, that matches the name of the activity anyway. Okay, we'll go with that. So, I guess what I want is I want it to have its own CSS, right? So let me take the index CSS just as a model and paste it here and call it playing activity CSS and have this one include it or import it. I always forget the syntax for this. It's just imported as a string, okay? All right. How come I can't remember that? All right, so this will have, I wanted to keep the grid stuff. Where did I do the grid stuff? This, and I wanted to rename this playing. Playing is display grid. Not okay, and then I arrange my columns here. So let's make it is it 2FR? Is that how you do it? 2FR, 1FR, and then I don't really need row gaps though. I basically want to have this fill the whole display. Okay, the one way to do that would be have the stage fill the display, right? The app holds this stuff. I want these to collectively, if I want those to collectively fill up the whole space, then really I need to have another div here, don't I? Which is the same as the display width and height. So viewport or something. And then put the header and stage in there. And then have a viewport in the app CSS. I guess I'm calling it app-viewport. I have no idea what I'm doing. But I wanted to have like width. Was it 100 view width? Is that how you do it? No, because why? Why did it do that? Why are there scroll bars there? Oh, it might be because of the margins? I'm not sure. No, the height is correct. The width is wrong though. Oh, is it that the whole body has a margin? That's what it is. So I need to remove the body margin. So margin 0. Okay, and how come we still have that much? Yeah, why is it slightly larger, wider? Okay, app viewport is wider than app. Why is that? I'm looking down here to see if there's any extra padding or margin that I'm missing. Is it just that I want to turn off overflow in the viewport? Overflow hidden. Okay, that was it. I'm just making sure the dimensions here match exactly the dimensions of the window. That's what I'm aiming for. I think that did it. We had to hide the overflow, otherwise it made scroll bars. Okay. So next would be when we're logged in, right? Hold on a second. Sorry, doing a little bit of coordination there. Oh, Colin Stevens. Thanks for the sub. Thank you for your support. Imagine implementing the download data on Google. Oh, you sent that a while ago, Bug Found. I didn't see it. I'm sorry. Yeah, thanks, Colin Stevens. Thanks you for the sub. Now you have access to all of the cool emotes, like the reverse cactus and the wave. And there's more to come. Because I have a third emote slot. I may be playing with that. All right. Okay, I'm getting somewhere with this layout. So that's the 2-to-1 ratio. Now I want this to be, I want to adjust the height of this first row. And I might need to cheat and look up how to do grids again. This all was this is what we have so far. Is it grid template rows? Oh, it is. That's what we want. So I want the top one to grow as to be auto really, and the other one to be no 100% and then auto. I think that's what I want. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. Okay, and now let's add a whole margin around. Why does that have some margin at the bottom? Hold on a second. Sorry, someone left the front door open. Oh, where'd my buttons go? Oh, that's interesting. Oh, they're overflowing. That's what's going on. Interesting. Didn't expect that. That's the dimensions of that, and then the viewport is the same dimensions. Yeah, it's too tall. Oh, because this panel's on the right is too tall. Hmm. So I don't want 100%, do I? I need to tell it that it needs to grow to fill the rest. Because if I do something like this, then it's using too much space for the buttons. Oh, that's interesting. And it doesn't shrink if this is bigger. I need it to shrink. Want to check out Cypress? That's if I wanted to use TDD on the front end. I'll keep a note for that. But right now I'm trying to avoid doing that. I'm trying to keep my front end simple enough that I don't need testing for the front end. But thank you. So I think, yeah, my problem is I don't know enough of CSS to know how to make that shrink when I need it to. These panels, what is their width set to, or height set to? Actually, height is probably not the right one, right? I want to know how to make it shrink, or how to fix its size. If I zoom out, what does it do? Yeah, it's still not doing the right thing. Oh, it's 100% of something else. Okay, then that's not what I want. Oh no, I'm not doing 100%. What am I thinking? 100% auto, what does that do? Yeah, see, it's not expanding up. So let me look this up. Time to look it up. So CSS grid expand row to fill parent. Here we go. Oh, the remaining rows will stretch? How do you do it with, like, hmm. I don't like these solutions. I'm gonna use table. Floats to push content down? Huh. I didn't like that solution. Is this what I want? Ah, well, this is flex. Maybe that is what I want. I don't want grid. I want two flex containers. Yeah, let me try that. So instead of grid, it's flex. And I need to set the flex direction, right? Column. So it'll be a first child, right? And then that will also be a... Okay, we should just give it a class name. World with panels. There we go. So put the panels here. Oh, I don't remember my flex stuff. Is that how you do it? You just do flex 1? It didn't work. Well, it sort of did. Let me make... Oh no, it's doing it a call. I wanted this one to also be a row. So display flex as well. Like that, yeah, okay. And it's not filling it. I want these to go all the way down to the bottom. I want this div to... I want this div to be at the bottom and this div to have the rest of the space. Actually, and hold on. Direct children of flex to be opposite of the direction. Yeah, okay, I got it. So there was like a grow option, right? Or there was a height. 100%? No. It's not view height, because that will be a problem if it overflows. What I'm trying to do is make this bar at the bottom retain... Well, this bar is fine. It's the div above it. I'm trying to make that occupy all of the remaining space. All the way down, so that basically push this bar down to the bottom. Okay. I really should maybe refresh my memory on flex, so... Flex. Let's go through this again. Yeah, height 100% didn't work. Unless we do it here. I kind of don't want to guess, though. Yeah, it's not working. Sticky footer. Parent needs to have a height, too. Well, the parent did... Maybe that is where I screwed it up. I might have inserted a div there that didn't have... Okay, this viewport has a height. It's locked to the viewport. And then... Is it that this one I didn't do correctly? Stage? Maybe that's my problem. What did I put for stage? Actually, I think that's it. There's no height here on the stage, so... actually, what is stage? Oh no, the stage... The stage is inside the playing activity. No, it's not. Oh, it inserted a div for me, and that's the problem. Yeah. Oh no. Oh, there's an intermediate. Yeah, okay. So I don't have a stage. I guess I need to have a stage CSS. And here I do stage height 100%. Okay, the stage is 100%. That's good. And then playing is not. Okay, that's the next level down, the playing activity. Okay, so it would have worked if the stage had a height of 100%. Okay, except for, it's too tall, is that the problem? Oh yeah, I can't use 100%, it's too tall. It's the same height as the root. I can't use 100%. Okay, let me do this piece by piece. This one was a fixed one. Okay, then this height is wrong. You're saying that this needs to be flex then? The app viewport needs to be flex. What Colin Steve says, your page root, which is stage, needs to be a flex. The stage needs to be flex? The stage size already is wrong. The stage is too tall. It shouldn't be 884. It should be 884 is the total height. So this it's the viewport that needs to be flex, right? Min height of 100 view height. Right, okay. I think I know what to do. App viewport. Display flex. Okay, we're getting there. And it is flex direction row. Is it already row? I get the directions confused. Main axis. So I want row, right? No, I want column. Right, I want column. Okay, and then I remove the 100% from stage. And I say flex 1. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Think of row as the same as table row and column as the same as table column. I'll try. The problem for me, I think, is that the property is on the container. So like this would be the equivalent of table. So I think the way I'll try to commit this into memory is that the container's flex direction will be, what do you want? Do you want a column or do you want a row? So I want a column because I want to vertically, I want to have these two things vertically separated. Actually, let me think about this. Right, because I want the header to have some space reserved, and then the rest of the stage. Actually, can't I? If I know I'm going to have the app header and then the stage, can't I just put it here? App viewport nth child 2. And then I don't need stage to say this. Oops. Well, that did something really strange. What did it do? Yeah, okay. Is nth child the one I want? I want the second child. CSS nth child. I don't want a pattern, so that's not the one. Like, how do you pick the second child only? Second child. But it repeats though, right? Yeah, but it, hold on. Oh, okay. It's if you have an n. So I guess I thought it was 2n instead of 2. All right, so then I don't need, stage doesn't actually need to have any class. I'm having a div there because some of these things don't have it, but maybe that doesn't make sense. Maybe it makes sense to just do this and remove this CSS. And then all of these do what they need, and then I can remove one level. So this needs some kind of div. So does this. And sitting outside also. But then playing has its own right. Okay, got it. So I can actually call, I can actually collapse the stage, can't I? I'll leave it called stage for now. I'll leave this one called playing. And then how is this looking right now? Ooh. Failed to compile. I think it's confused because I removed files. Oh, wait a minute, no. It's still including it. Stage is still including it. Okay, good. And I collapsed something out of here, right? So I need to fix this. The height is good, right? Yeah. It's only got the real estate it should have. I need to fix this. So it's the playing needs to be flex also. It is. Oh, but okay. For chat, do I just say 0? I probably screwed it up and you guys are getting all frustrated with me. I apologize. I'm trying to wrap my head around this stuff. column direction. That's fine. And then this one, okay, it is flex column height 100%. Do I need the 100? I probably don't need the 100% anymore. Wait a minute. Why is that one app viewport nth child? Do I need to? I need to do like direct descendant, don't I? That's the problem. This needs to be like direct descendant. There we go. Whew. Okay, we'll check it out, Codephobia. If it's what I'm trying to do two things at once, which makes it a little bit difficult. I'm trying to get the layout I want, but I'm also trying to understand what each of these things implies that I'm adding. Like with the 100 view width, 100 view height, I got that part down. The display flex, I'm not I'm not very good at understanding that yet. I was confused about the column direction. And the flex thing I don't quite understand completely. And the selector I was using for nth child, I wanted that just to say, just so I didn't have to have that stage, and I could collect together the fact that I want a flex container, and the second one I want to fill the all of the rest of the screen. So the first one is the header, the second one is the body, and the body should fill it. So that's where I'm coming from. So what are we looking at here? So is this what I ended up doing? Say wrapper, display flex column. This one you don't need, right? You don't need that because that's only used if its container is flex, and this one's the top level one, so it doesn't matter. Or the top level is body, right? Anyway, that I understand, and then it's a flex container in a column, and then the header has a fixed height. Right, so that's what I'm doing. Although I don't know why you have a 0 there. I guess it doesn't matter. It's itself a flex container, which is a row instead of a column. And wait a minute. Why is row there, not column? Oh, wait a minute. I'm confused because you have dot body and then body. Content is this middle one. Wait a minute, why do you have two bodies? One with row and one with column? I think this one is confusing me. And okay, this makes more sense. So it's a column in case I had, right, column. Got it. And then content, this we don't need. The flex is the only thing that really matters, right? Oh, you can do flex none? So if I did a 1 here, right, I get it. So you do none. Or is 0 the same as none? Oh, 0 is no space at all. So I want none. Okay. So I didn't actually need to do that for the chat, but I'll do it anyway. Chat, flex none. Is none the default? Maybe that's why it's working for me. I mean, it works. Now, if I wanted a nice margin around the whole thing, I should be able to do that by having a margin for the app viewport, right? So if I go to app and I say margin 10 pixels or something. Oh no, padding. It's important that it be padding, not margin, because no, I got that wrong too. Stop that with, okay. Actually, I guess, see, I thought I could manipulate the padding, but if that's taking up the whole viewport, or I can't have a padding or border or margin. But if I move the view width, view height to app, that would fix it, right? Let me do that. So let's say that this isn't in charge of it, but app is. And then, oh, wait a minute, that broke it. That broke it, why? Let me see if I understand this right. Actually, if I do width 100%, height 100%, that should actually fix that, right? Okay, now I think I can do a margin 10 pixels. No. Padding? Nope. I can't grow and can't shrink. Okay, got it. It's this that it's screwing me up, right? I can't do 100. Do I just do a one cell flex container for this? Like flex 1 and then just do display flex? Doesn't matter if it's a row or a column, right? Yeah, okay. So many flexes inside of other flexes. I wonder if I can collapse some of these. So outermost, there's no style. The app is specified to be 100, they match the viewport, and it's a flex container, just so that I can have a single element with flex 1 filling it, and then have padding for it. Actually, I guess I could do margin too, right? Padding or margin, it's the same thing. Yeah, so I can have a margin if I want, and then that itself is a flex container for the header, which takes up however much it needs, and then playing, which is specified as flex 1. Okay, let me see what is the default value for flex. I didn't specify for that one, so what is it? It is grow 0, shrink 1. So maybe I want the header also to be why do I have title and not header? Oh, because I might have other things in there. Okay, so app. If I don't want it to shrink, I would say flex none. All right, so it's flex none with the flex 1, which will grow. Technically, I want what is it, width and then height? So I do want the width to grow, not the height. Anyway, then the panels are itself a flex container so that I can go organize things horizontally there. And then chat is neither shrink. Okay, actually, I'm gonna change that. The playing chat is 1 none. It's not valid. Okay, I can't do 1 none. Do you do, okay, I need to look this up. What is flex short for? They probably have that near the end here, right? Flex is shorthand for flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basis. And what does none mean? Use padding at box sizing border box. Never mind, I got it. Okay, flex grow, shrink, length. What does none mean though? You said none is equivalent of 0, 0 auto. Oh, okay. So if I want none, if I want 1, 0, it's really I want 1, 0 auto, right? If I wanted to grow horizontally if necessary. Although I guess that's the default. Yeah. You said that earlier. Thank you. Oh, been logged out due to inactivity. And yeah, this, I know that this activity is all screwed up. That's fine. Oh, I'm past 4 hours. I need to take a break soon anyway. Ooh, what happened here? Oh, is it vertical and then horizontal? So I got those backwards. You guys could probably hear the dog, can't you? There we go, I fixed it. Sorry, I'm gonna have to mute it for a while. Sorry about that. Okay, this is more what I want, but I want this to be. I'm gonna lock that size. So I'm gonna do that right now. Simulate that playing world. That goes inside here, right? I want that to be a fixed size. So let's say 640 by 480. Very retro. Hold on. That didn't make the width I wanted. That's 396 by 480. Oh, I need to say flex here, don't I? Flex is I don't want it to grow or shrink. So what does 0 mean? Let me see. Okay, I need to understand flex grow very specifically. What does 0 mean? It doesn't. This doesn't help. I think though what I want is 00640. That's only one direction though, right? And then height is like that. Let's see if I got it right. I think I got it right. 640 by 480, so it's fixed size now. Great. That's actually what I want. And this shrinks down to a point and then stops. So yeah, I'm probably going to want to organize some of these buttons differently in the panels. Okay, let me make the playing one. We're going to say the game world will be displayed here. And then we will have a fancy looking border for now for playing world. So border how is it? Is it size, solid, and then a color? No. It's like, I always forget the, there we go. Red. Actually, let's go with purple. I don't know. Red's fine. And then I do want some gap between them, so that's part of flex, isn't it? Or RGGBB, that's right. There was a way to have, like, it's like gap or something, right? Yeah, I know the color stuff. I guess I just want to have a margin on that, right? Space around. That's how to justify it. Okay, I think actually what I want is to give it a margin right. I just want it not to butt up against the profile. There we go. All right. Okay, and then let's show where chat will go. Chat will go here. I guess I don't need that in a paragraph, do I? Uh-oh. Where did chat go? The grow factor and shrink factor and the basis. This is wrong, actually. I do want 0 there, don't I? Where is chat? Oh, that's chat down there? No, okay, I got it wrong. Yeah, this is the wrong place. Okay, yeah, I had this wrong. I do want another level here. And yeah, okay, that button bar is not gonna be there forever. I'm gonna move those buttons elsewhere. Yeah, so that's unoccupied space. Yeah, I'll fix this in a second. Hmm. Took a stab with no idea what I wanted. That's fine. Flux wasn't really meant to do page layouts. Yeah. Yeah, so we're kind of abusing it. I was trying to use CSS Grid before, but I didn't know how to do everything I wanted. I mean, I'm just not very experienced in Grid or Flex yet. But I'm getting closer to what I want. So the game world, so this will help people understand what I'm trying to do too. The game world will be displayed here. And when I zoom in, that's fine. So people will zoom into whatever's comfortable to them, but I want to dedicate some real estate down here for chat. I'm going to move these buttons. They need to go somewhere else. And the right side will have panels. And right now we're just showing them, but I want to only show one of them and have some kind of way to pick which panel you want to see. What does that do when I click it? Oh, that doesn't do something I want. That grew. I need to turn off the grow for that. So, shoot. I need it not to grow anymore. Do I just do 0 then? Or none? You said that's a shortcut for none. What if I do none for this though? It doesn't start with, okay, maybe it's the basis that I want. I want 0, 0 and a different basis. What are the different bases? Okay, so I do want auto. Use max height and overflow auto to get scroll bars. But for max height, I have to give units, right? I'm trying to do it without giving units to this thing. I want to basically say you can have all the space from... So the space right now that it has is there. I basically want to say you can have all the space from here down to here. Okay, let me, it's hard to show this. Go back to what it was before. Is that what I had before? Yeah. Basically, you can have all of the space from here down to here. Actually, no, I know exactly what height I want. I want it to match that height. So why can't I can shortcut this. I can say that the panels have the same height. And then overflow scroll. There we go. And then I only want to scroll vertically, right? Overflow Y scroll. Overflow X hidden. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I mean, it looks really ugly, but I'll work on it. It's getting more towards what I want. I guess my objective would be to never need to scroll that. Or it would be really, like this part would be scrollable, and this part of the panel would not be. Yeah, I have some work to do here. Auto makes it appear only when needed. There we go. Perfect. So yeah, this is approaching more, this is getting closer to what I want. But I think I need to take a break. So I did accomplish a lot today. I got all of this done. And I was in the middle of reorganizing the panels. So it's the same velocity as before. I'm getting about four major bullet items done per day. It's not too bad. So tomorrow, I don't know if I'll work on this tonight. Actually, it's the end of the week, isn't it? I hope you guys have a great weekend. I don't know if I'll work over the weekend or not. If I do, maybe I'll just follow some online tutorials on Flex and Grid and try to sort this thing out. But if not, then I'll probably be doing that on Monday. And then I think the next major thing is to take the admin controls and integrate them into that console. And then it'll be, after that, it'll be working on the email blacklist, emergency controls, client update, snapshot cleanup, game statistics, legal stuff, and then launch the game or start doing game dev. So yeah, hope you guys enjoyed the game, the not game dev today, the trying to get to game dev, and I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna pass the buck to someone else on Twitch if that's okay with you guys. Oh, Tim is streaming now? It's kind of late for him, isn't it? Breaking everything to fix everything. That sounds like a great stream title. Oh, you're welcome, 127001. Oh, you know what that reminds me of? Something I learned about recently. You can go to 127.1 and that expands to localhost. Did you know that? Yeah, exactly. I didn't know you could do that until recently. Okay, so I'm gonna raid Tim. I hope you guys enjoy Tim. He is working on his own game. Looks like today he's breaking everything to fix everything. He has been writing his own game engine in C++, so... Aha! Yeah, you don't have to type the loopback IP. You can just type 127.1. I'm gonna hit the button. I hope you guys have a great weekend. I'll see you guys on Monday. I'll be back on Monday for my normal schedule, which is 10 a.m. Pacific, or 1700 hours UTC. In the meantime, I hope you guys have a great weekend. We'll go raid Tim, and I'll take a break. There we go, raiding Tim. Great, I'm trying to learn it too, so we'll learn it together. Have a great weekend, guys. Bye! Bye, thanks for the follow. Bye-bye.